Chapter 1053. The three platforms were covered in colorful lights, and the auras emanating from them varied in strength. With a whoosh, three figures appeared in the air, standing on top of the three platforms, looking down at the participants of the Sword of Gojosian. Ladies and gentlemen, these three platforms will be the Rising Dragon platforms where you will fight. One of the old men said loudly, "Only by ascending the Rising Dragon platforms will you be able to prove that you are qualified to fight on them." Judging from the old man's words, it seemed that the three Rising Dragon platforms had their own secrets. Remember, you only have an incense stick's worth of time, and you are not allowed to use any sword skills. The old man said as a red incense stick appeared in his hand. He lit it up and stuck it in the air, causing white smoke to rise. The Sword of Gojosian began to move. The Rising Dragon platform with the weakest aura corresponded to the low-tier Sword of Gojosian group. The stronger one corresponded to the mid-tier Sword of Gojosian group, and the strongest one corresponded to the high-tier Sword of Gojosian group. Their figures shot through the air toward the corresponding Rising Dragon platform. The leading Sword of Gojosian was immediately blocked by the colorful lights and bounced back. Slash! He reacted instantly and drew his sword light. The sharp sword light turned into a crescent moon and slashed out, tearing the colorful lights apart. He then dove in like a fish in water. The crack immediately healed, blocking the next person who wanted to enter, leaving them with no choice but to draw their own sword and attack. "What's going on?" Someone who did not know what was going on asked. "I get it now, this is a selection." "Yes, I heard that this is the prelude to every Rising Dragon assembly. Because there are quite a number of Sword of Gojosian participating, it is impossible to arrange so many matches, so there will be a selection first. As long as one can break through the defenses of the Rising Dragon platform and enter the Rising Dragon platform, they will be truly qualified to participate in the assembly." That's right, swordsmen focus on offense. Only by breaking through the defenses of the Rising Dragon platform and entering the Rising Dragon platform will one be qualified to participate in the assembly. In short, this is the elimination round. Looking at the incense stick in the air, it was burning very quickly. It would probably burn out in less than half an hour. The Sword of Gojosian had to enter the Rising Dragon arena within half an hour. A Samsung Sword of Gojosian slashed out and slashed at the Rainbow Raider's power. Not only did it not tear through the protective power, but it also bounced back. This defensive power did not seem to be easy to deal with. The Sword of Gojosian immediately spread out and attacked from various angles. Some of the Sword of Gojosian's attacks were stronger, and they were able to break through the defensive barrier with a single strike. Some of the Sword of Gojosian's attacks were weaker, and they could only attack multiple times. The baby-faced two-star Sword of Gojosian only slashed out once. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and it was extremely sharp. Before the sound could be heard, the defensive barrier was torn apart. Chu Mu's sword also slashed out without any trace of smoke or fire. He cut a hole in the Rainbow Raider's protective power, and his body flashed, and he floated in like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, the incense stick burned out, and the time was up. The defensive power of the three Rising Dragon platforms naturally disappeared, revealing the Sword of Gojosian standing on the Rising Dragon platform. Below the Rising Dragon platform, there were even more Sword of Gojosian standing, and each of them looked dejected. They were unable to pass the test within half an hour and were eliminated. You. The old man pointed with his finger. "You are all eliminated because you used sword techniques." The Sword of Gojosian, who thought that their close combat sword techniques were very secretive, had their faces turn pale. There was no chance for them to fish in troubled waters. In the end, out of the nearly 2,000 low-grade Sword of Gojosian, more than 1,600 were eliminated, and only 300 or so entered the real Rising Dragon League. The majority of the mid-grade Sword of Gojosian were also eliminated, with only 200 or so passing. About 400 high-grade Sword of Gojosian were also eliminated, with less than 200 passing. This result was really shocking. However, the Sword Kings who were able to pass through the selection, each one of their strength was no small matter. Look, those two 2-star Sword of Gojosian actually passed. Exclamations sounded. Impossible. They must have used sword techniques cheating. Do you think the experts of the dynasty are idiots? Do you see that? Those are the people who used sword techniques, and they were all eliminated. I don't accept this. Suddenly, one of the eliminated low-grade Sword of Gojosian shouted, "They are only 2-star Sword of Gojosian. How could they have the ability to break through the defenses and enter the Rising Dragon arena?" That's right, I don't accept this either. With someone taking the lead, others followed. Immediately, dozens of Samsung Sword of Gojosian chimed in. I think that the 2-star Sword of Gojosian definitely did not rely on their own abilities. If you want to prove it, let them fight with us to determine who is better. That's right, prove your strength with real combat. The situation seemed to be a little strange. Chu Mu and the baby-faced Sword of Gojosian became the focus of attention. Even the true Dragon Emperor's gaze fell on them. You are not my match. Facing the questioning, Chu Mu only said lightly, This big brother is right, you are not my match either. The baby-faced Sword of Gojosian smiled brightly. A group of people who can't even enter the Rising Dragon arena is indeed not Brother Chu's match. Elders, don't worry about it. A calm and domineering voice sounded. It was Longzuan. He was the crown prince of the true Dragon dynasty and the #1 genius in the history of the dynasty. His status was extremely high, and his words carried a lot of weight. Brother Chu, I didn't expect to see you here after we parted at the creation platform. Longzuan looked at Chu Mu, and a cold light flashed across his domineering eyes. Back then, you made me submit to second place. This time, I will use my sword to show you who is first. Any time, Chu Mu faintly smiled. The others were dumbfounded. They had never thought that this unknown 2-star Sword of Gojosian would be acquainted with their crown prince Longzuan. From the crown prince's words, it seemed that they had competed before. Instantly, more people were interested in Chu Mu. The creation platform. I remember now. The creation platform is in the West Tiger territory. A few years ago, our crown prince Longzuan went there before he broke through to the creation realm. I see. It seems that our crown prince Longzuan was second on the creation platform, and the first place was the 2-star Sword of Gojosian. That was then, and now is now. The true dragon bloodline will become more and more powerful as one's cultivation increases. Furthermore, the dragon's sovereign crown prince's cultivation is at the 3rd firmament of creation, which is 1 firmament higher than his opponent. It's obvious who is stronger between the two of them. Chu Mu felt that the true Dragon Emperor's gaze was focused on him. It immediately brought him great pressure. The gaze was so sharp and deep that it seemed to see through his body. It couldn't be helped. When Longzuan returned from the West Tiger territory, he told the true Dragon Emperor about what had happened at the creation platform. The true Dragon Emperor had an impression of Chu Mu's name and was curious about him. Now that he saw Chu Mu in person, he naturally wanted to see what kind of genius could make his son, whom he was so proud of, lose to him. However, no matter how he looked, he couldn't see anything. The Rising Dragon Assembly will continue, the true Dragon Emperor said. Since he had spoken, the low-level Sword of Gojosian, who were shouting dissatisfaction, naturally didn't dare to say anything. They could only leave dejectedly and become spectators. The 3 elders were in charge of the Rising Dragon platforms. Participants, please leave the Rising Dragon platform and wait for the start of the competition, the elder said. Chu Mu and the others left the Rising Dragon platform. A transparent seal rose and shrouded the Rising Dragon platform. The seal of the low-level Rising Dragon platform could withstand the attack of the mid-level Sword of Gojosian. while the seal of the mid-level Rising Dragon platform could withstand the attack of the high-level sword of Gojosian, while the seal of the high-level Rising Dragon platform could withstand the attack of the Nirvana Realm Swordsman. There were a total of 363 low-level Sword of Gojosian, and all of them were in the hands of the Elder in the air. The Elder quickly flipped through the list, preparing to arrange his opponents. "Big brother, my name is Fu Chao-chen. How should I address you?" The baby-faced Sword of Gojosian stood beside Chu-Mu and asked. "Chu-Mu," answered Chu-Mu. He felt a strange aura from Fu Chao-chen. "I'll call you Big Brother Chu." Fu Chao-chen seemed inexperienced, but Chu-Mu did not underestimate him. He was a 2-star Sword of Gojosian, but he could stand out among the many low-level Sword of Gojosian. He deserved to be taken seriously. Moreover, Fu Chao-chen looked very young. Chu-Mu estimated that he should not be more than 40 years old. A 2-star Sword of Gojosian who was not even 40 years old had such amazing cultivation talent. It was simply unheard of. Long Zun, for example, was very talented, but he only became a Sword of Gojosian when he was in his 50s. In fact, Chu-Mu was very curious about Fu Chao-chen. He was curious about his background. Big Brother Chu's cultivation is only at the early stage of the second heavenly layer of creation, but your sword attack is more powerful than the other Samsung Sword of Gojosian. "You're amazing," Fu Chao-chen said sincerely. "You're even more amazing." Chu-Mu said sincerely, "No, I'm different from Big Brother Chu." Fu Chao-chen shook his head. "If Big Brother Chu had the same background as me, you would definitely be more powerful." Chu-Mu smiled, but did not ask about Fu Chao-chen's background. Fu Chao-chen did not intend to explain his background either. At this time, the old man announced the relevant rules. No secret techniques were allowed, and he read out 2 names. 2 low-level Sword of Gojosian flew up and entered the Rising Dragon arena. They were the opponents and were ready to fight to determine the winner. The winner would continue to participate in the Rising Dragon Assembly, while the loser would naturally be eliminated and become a spectator. The battle began. Both sides were using Samsung Sword of Gojosian, and they were not ordinary Samsung Sword of Gojosian. Once they attacked, their attacks were shockingly fierce. Whether it was their swordsmanship or the power of their sword techniques, they were not to be underestimated. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the winner. After watching for a while, Fu Chao-chen pointed at one of the Samsung Sword of Gojosian and said, "I think that person will win. What do you think, Big Brother Chu?" Chu-Mu nodded. This was also his judgment. To be able to determine who would win so quickly, Chu-Mu was a little surprised by Fu Chao-chen's eyesight. Fu Chao-chen had shown that he was better than the Samsung Sword of Gojosian in terms of cultivation talent, swordsmanship power, and eyesight. The power of his sword technique must be extraordinary as well. However, it would depend on Fu Chao-chen's battle. Chapter 1054. The winner was decided. Sure enough, the Samsung Sword of Gojosian that Fu Chao-chen had pointed out won. After that, there were a few more matches. After watching for a while, Fu Chao-chen was able to point out who would win. It was the same as what Chu-Mu had thought. In the end, he was right. Some of the Samsung Sword of Gojosian next to him took a few more glances. In the 6th match, Fu Chao-chen's name was mentioned. It was his turn. Fu Chao-chen landed on the Rising Dragon arena with a smile. "Kid, you'd better admit defeat. Otherwise, it won't look good if you get injured." Fu Chao-chen's opponent was a tall and burly man with a rough face. He grinned at Fu Chao-chen. It couldn't be helped. Fu Chao-chen's baby face looked like he was less than 20 years old. It was not surprising that he was called a kid. However, Fu Chao-chen seemed to mind being called that. The smile on his face disappeared and he frowned. He looked a little annoyed. Before his opponent could say anything, he unsheathed his sword. The golden sword light was extremely sharp. In the blink of an eye, it streaked across the space of the Rising Dragon arena at a speed that was beyond the human eye's sight. The Samsung sword of Gojoseon's eyes only saw a flash of sharp golden light approaching from afar. It filled his eyes. The world in front of him seemed to have disappeared. Only the golden sword light was rapidly expanding, making him feel that he could not avoid it. The terrifying sharpness attacked him and made his scalp tingle. It was hard to imagine that a mere 2-star sword of Gojoseon could give him such a feeling. What a fast sword! It's concise, direct, and sharp. It's well practiced. The spectators were amazed. Chu Mu was also a little surprised. Fu Chaochen's swordsmanship was indeed very strong. The Samsung sword of Gojoseon quickly held his giant sword in front of him, blocking Fu Chaochen's sharp and swift sword. Just as he was about to swing his sword to counterattack, Fu Chaochen swung his sword again, one sword after another. The golden sword light was like a storm. It gathered into a terrifying force and bombarded the giant sword, making the giant sword tremble and his hand go numb. The last sword strike seemed to have condensed all the power from the previous strikes. It was like a falling meteor, incomparably domineering. A ball of golden light rapidly enlarged in his eyes. That power made the Samsung sword of Gojoseon tremble. After striking the great sword, it paused for a moment before the great sword shattered the protective sword aura and smashed into Zhao Fu's chest. Even though the terrifying power was weakened by the armor, a portion of it still struck Zhao Fu's chest, causing cracking sounds to ring out. The Samsung sword of Gojoseon was sent flying. His face was pale and he spat out blood. Fu Chaochen, a 2-star sword of Gojoseon, had used his terrifying sword speed and tyrannical attacks to defeat a Samsung sword of Gojoseon without any chance of retaliation. Is this little brat really a 2-star sword of Gojoseon? Too powerful. His bone age is less than 40 years old, and his cultivation is at the late stage of the second heaven of Fate Realm. His swordsmanship is so powerful, and his actual combat ability is so amazing. Did he come from there? The true Dragon Emperor's gaze fell on Fu Chaochen, and he said thoughtfully, "That kind of aura is indeed very similar. It seems that this little brat must have run out on his own." Fu Chaochen proved his strength to everyone. Do you think the other 2-star sword of Gojoseon could be so powerful? I don't think so. This baby-faced sword of Gojoseon is at the late stage of the second heaven of Fate Realm, while the other one is only at the early stage of the second heaven of Fate Realm. There is a gap between them. Seeing Fu Chaochen's strength, everyone's eyes focused on Chu Mu again. They were all guessing, but soon they would see it, because in the 7th round, Chu Mu's name was mentioned. Chu Mu's opponent was a female sword of Gojoseon with a cultivation at the peak of the 3rd heaven of Fate Realm. Without saying a word, she directly drew her sword. The light blue sword light turned into ripples that spread out and swept over. Suddenly, the surrounding air became as thick as water. She used her sword skill as soon as she attacked, not giving Chu Mu the slightest chance. The blue sword light flickered. Sword after sword, the ripples turned into raging waves that surged and rumbled. The female sword of Gojoseon stood on top of the raging waves, as if she was treading on the waves. The light blue sword in her hand was raised high, and the surging power caused the surrounding air to vibrate. She raised her sword and slashed down. Gold and blue intertwined. It was bleak, like the killing of autumn water. Ripples, raging waves, and the killing of autumn water were 3 sword skills in a row. When combined, their power multiplied, which surprised Chu Mu. Under my killing of autumn water, you will lose without a doubt. The female sword of Gojoseon's lips curled into a smile. It was a smile of victory. Immediately the smile froze. Shock, like darkness swallowing the light, occupied her face. Facing her killing of autumn water, Chu Mu faced it head-on. He unsheathed his sword and flicked his wrist. The sword trembled slightly, and a strong power gathered. His body shot out like an arrow from a bow. He faced the killing of Autumn Water head-on and slashed with his sword. The power was like thunder. The Heaven-class top-tier ordinary sword intent, the green-gold sword light, and the high-frequency vibration power gathered into an extremely powerful sword. In an instant, the killing of Autumn Water was split open. It turned into a green-gold wind blade and attacked the female sword of Gojosian. His body flew, and the sword pierced into the air again. The Sword Queen's reaction was quick, and she hastily dodged, just in time to meet Chumu's stab. Unable to dodge, her protective sword aura was pierced through. Although the terrifying power was partially weakened by the inner armor, there was still a portion that shook her body. Her blood surged and she flew backwards. For a moment, she felt powerless. Defeated again, this 2-star sword of Gojosian is also strong. Chumu's strength was shocking. Not bad indeed. The true Dragon Emperor nodded. He was sure of Chumu's strength. With his cultivation at the early stage of the second heaven of creation realm, he was considered to be at the lowest level among the 2-star sword kings. However, he was able to withstand the opponent's 3 consecutive sword skills. Not only did he break the opponent's sword skills, but he also forced the opponent to dodge. Especially the sword that stabbed into the air, it was a stroke of genius. Brother Chu is so powerful. Once he attacked, he grasped the opponent's reaction and controlled the rhythm. Fu Chaochen was also very surprised. He is indeed powerful. Only then is he worthy of my battle. The revered dragon said to himself as he stared at Chumu. He is indeed capable, but Lan Haichao shook his head. Haha, if his cultivation reached the 3rd sky of creation, he would be qualified to fight with me. Murong Xiao seemed to be talking to himself, but the surrounding sword of Gojosian heard him. Lan Haichao and Murong Xiao were implying that Chumu was not qualified to fight with them. Li Xiao Xiao and Wang Yu did not say anything. Brother Chu, you are indeed powerful. If you come to our place in the future and gain our recognition, you will become even more powerful, Fu Chaochen said. Fu Chaochen repeatedly mentioned our place, which made Chumu even more curious. He could not help but ask, where is your place? The ancient god world. Fu Chaochen transmitted his voice. Looking at Chumu's puzzled expression, he suddenly understood. Oh right, you call the ancient god world the ancient battlefield. Ancient battlefield. Chumu's pupils shrank. He had heard of these words before. It was said that the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Hall was located in the ancient battlefield. It was said that there were countless experts in the ancient battlefield. It was said that there were countless opportunities in the ancient battlefield. In short, the ancient battlefield was described as a paradise. Of course, Chumu was not a fool. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. As the ancient battlefield that had existed since ancient times, its dangers were not something that could be clearly described with words. From Qin Tiany's words, Chumu had some understanding of the ancient battlefield. Because Qin Tiany had gone to the ancient battlefield before, Qin Tiany had also recommended Chumu to enter the ancient battlefield to cultivate. It was said that the cultivation environment there was better. Chumu planned to make some preparations after the Rising Dragon assembly ended before heading to the ancient battlefield. Because the ancient battlefield was not a place where one could enter as they wished. There was a time limit. Every year one could enter and exit. Chumu glanced at Fu Chaochen again. He remembered that Qin Tiany had said that there were 2 types of swordsmen in the ancient battlefield. The first type were swordsmen that came from the ancient world. The second type were swordsmen that had lived in the ancient battlefield for a very, very long time. According to Qin Tiany, swordsmen from the ancient battlefield could travel between the ancient battlefield and the ancient world. However, swordsmen from the ancient battlefield could not casually leave the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, they would have to pay a corresponding price. The stronger one was, the greater the price. Fu Chaochen came from the ancient battlefield and didn't seem to have any abnormalities. There must be some reason. As for the reason, Chu Mu didn't delve into it. He chatted with Fu Chaoqin and understood the situation of the ancient battlefield while watching the battles. There were 363 low-grade Sword of Gojosian. After the first round of intense battles, a total of 182 people advanced and 181 people were eliminated. Among those who advanced, one of them didn't have an opponent and advanced without a fight. However, advancing now didn't have much use. After all, there was only one champion. Other than the champion, no matter if it was the second or third place, they wouldn't receive any rewards. Therefore, there wasn't much difference between being eliminated in the first round and being eliminated in the last round. The first round of the low-grade Sword of Gojosian group had ended. The old man was preparing the list for the second round. The mid-grade Sword of Gojosian group and the high-grade Sword of Gojosian group had also ended. They were about to enter the second round. Relatively speaking, each of the three groups was worth watching. The low-grade Sword of Gojosian group had 5 champions and 2 2-star Sword of Gojosian. They were undoubtedly the most eye-catching. The strength of the 5 champions was really strong. Their opponents didn't even have a chance to draw their swords and were easily defeated by them. Their strength had already surpassed the level of a Samsung Sword of Gojosian and was comparable to a 4-star Sword of Gojosian. With their strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to defeat an ordinary 4-star Sword of Gojosian. As for Chu Mu and Fu Chaoqin, they were eye-catching because their cultivation was the lowest among all the participants. However, their strength wasn't to be underestimated. Although they weren't as domineering as the 5 champions, they were still surprisingly clean. However, Chu Mu knew that they hadn't used their full strength. The battle had just begun. Chapter 1055. The golden red sword light was like a meteor shower, covering the sky as it fell from the sky. The Samsung Sword of Gojosian raised his head to look at the sky. Countless golden sword light were reflected in his eyes. It was so sharp that it made him shudder. The golden red sword light contained the power of the law of metal and the law of fire. Both of these powers had reached the peak of heaven class and were perfectly fused together with explosive sword origin and peak heaven class sword intent. Every sword light was unbelievably powerful. This was Fu Chaoqin's sword. He had a baby face and looked harmless to humans and animals. But once he made a move, he was decisive, swift, and fierce, without the slightest bit of carelessness. His opponent was complaining. He had just pulled out his sword when he was faced with Fu Chaoqin's fierce and violent attacks. The power of every sword was not something he dared to ignore. At this point, it was already the third round of the competition. The Sword of Gojosian, who could enter the third round, had extraordinary strength. However, under Fu Chaoqin's sword, he could only withstand 2 moves before he was defeated in the third move. Is this a swordsman from the ancient battlefield? Chu Mu muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Fu Chaoqin was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also had a profound grasp and application of the law powers. Every sword strike was profound. If he wasn't wrong, Fu Chaoqin should be an explosive swordsman. The sword technique he cultivated was a kind of sword energy that focused on explosive power. The most important thing was the instantaneous eruption of power. The power would be very tyrannical. To deal with this type of swordsman, one had to either avoid his eruption or block it. When the eruption ended, there would be an opening, and that would be the time to counterattack. But so far, none of Fu Chaoqin's 3 opponents could withstand a round of his eruption. This young Sword of Gojosian with a baby face and even a little shyness when he smiled had left a deep impression on everyone. After the first round, the number of people who had advanced to the next round was 182. After the second round, the number of people who had advanced to the next round was 91. Now that the third round was over, the number of people who had advanced to the next round was 46. After Fu Chaoqin's match, it was Chu Mu's turn after another 2 matches. This time, Chu Mu's opponent was the Sword of Gojosian, who looked a little old. His cultivation was at the peak of the third heaven of creation realm, but his hair was already white and his eyes were a little turbid. Unlike Fu Chaochin, Chumu rarely took the initiative to attack. The other party attacked with his sword. That sword looked ordinary and unremarkable. The sword pierced through the air. It was simple, but it contained a kind of mystery. Chu Mu's gaze was unconsciously attracted to it. The spectators' gazes were also unconsciously attracted to it. It felt as if their minds were about to be sucked in. With a thought, Chu Mu broke free from this feeling. The sword, piercing towards him, was very slow, as if it had no power at all. But it gave Chu Mu a feeling that he could not dodge it. No matter how he moved, it was impossible to dodge the sword. When Chu Mu attacked with his sword, he once again had a strange feeling. His sword was also affected by an inexplicable power. It seemed to have become slow in a trance. What power is this? Chu Mu was secretly surprised. The rule of slowness. The true Dragon Emperor and the old man in the sky were first stunned, and then somewhat amazed. The rule of slowness was a rare power, only inferior to the rule of emptiness. It was more mysterious than the rule of Yang, the rule of Yin, and so on. It was very difficult to comprehend it. The moment the rule of slowness was used, the surrounding air and space seemed to be affected. The flow slowed down, making it seem as if everything had slowed down. But that was not the case. It was an illusion. In an instant, the weathered middle-aged man's sword was right in front of Chu Mu, right at his throat. Chu Mu's sword moved. A terrifying vibration power buzzed, making one's scalp tingle. It directly dispersed the air around the sword, making it impossible for any power to get close. With a swing of the sword, absolute power broke apart the middle-aged man's sword. Under the rebound force, the sword shot out like a meteor. After many battles, Chu Mu's control and application of vibration power had deepened. He could use it as he wished, and he could control it as he wished. Chu Mu's sword caused Fu Chaochin's eyes to suddenly light up. It was like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable. At the crucial moment, the rule of slowness once again displayed its wondrous effect. The middle-aged man narrowly avoided Chu Mu's sword. Just as he was about to counterattack, Chu Mu flipped his wrist, and the sword that had pierced to the limit slashed out horizontally. The terrifying earthquake force, sword origin, and sword intent fused with the power of laws, instantly breaking through the middle-aged man's protective sword aura. With a bang, the protective sword aura shattered. Where the sword landed, the robe was torn to shreds, revealing the inner armor. When the sword and the inner armor clashed, a portion of the terrifying power still passed through the inner armor, blasting into the middle-aged man's body, causing him to stagger. His expression changed drastically as he felt his organs being attacked by a powerful force. Before he could react, Chu Mu's second sword struck the same part of the inner armor. After 3 consecutive strikes, the middle-aged man vomited blood and flew to one side, landing heavily on the ground. He had been defeated. It was clean and neat. It was shocking once again. Chu Mu and Fu Chaochin, 2-star sort of Gojosian, the biggest dark horses. Even if they couldn't make it to the end, they would still be remembered. After all, compared to the other contestants, they were only 2-star sort of Gojosian. In terms of cultivation base, they were already inferior by a large margin. The gap between them was very obvious. However, they had already passed 3 rounds of the competition. Each opponent was stronger than the previous one, but they were all defeated cleanly by them. Long Zun, Lan Haichao, Murong Shao, Li Xiaoxiao, Wang Yu, and the others also easily defeated their opponents and successfully advanced. In the 4th round of the competition, there were 46 contestants fighting for the top 23. According to the competition's elders, they would be arranged according to the strength that each contestant had displayed in each round. The champions wouldn't even fight in advance. Their battles would be held at the end. In the 4th round of the competition, there were 46 low-level sword of Gojosian. Whether it was Long Zun, Chu Mu, or Fu Chaochin, all of them defeated their opponents cleanly and successfully advanced to the 5th round. At this point, Chu Mu and Fu Chaochin, the two sword of Gojoseon with the lowest cultivation base, started to be compared with the 5 champions. Bulsh *T, the two of them are not bad, but they are definitely not senior brotherland's match. The disciples of Starry Sky Sword Sect refuted. That's right, they are also not senior brother Morong's match. This was what the disciples of Azure Dragon Palace thought. No matter what, the champion will definitely be Long Zun Crown Prince. This was what the people of True Dragon Dynasty said. Similarly, Long Zun Crown Prince, Lon Haichao Morong Shao, and the others were also very confident. They believed that the champion would definitely be them. The others were just opponents that they defeated to show off their strength. In the 5th round of the competition, 11 of the 23 low-level sword of Gojoseon would be eliminated, and one of them would advance to the next round. "Watch me defeat you," a Samsung sword of Gojoseon roared, unleashing his full strength. Then he was defeated. He was defeated by Chu Mu's sword. Fu Chaochin still used his tyrannical explosive power, not giving his opponent a chance to counterattack. Compared to his previous opponents, he only lasted for a few breaths of time before he was defeated by Fu Chaochin's tyrannical sword. Along the way, they defeated opponent after opponent and entered the 6th round, advancing to the top 12. Chu Mu and Fu Chaochin's strength was undoubtedly powerful, and they had a group of supporters. "Brother Chu, you are indeed very strong. You did not disappoint me. I believe that we will fight very soon." Long Zun walked past Chu Mu, and his voice entered Chu Mu's ears. "Then let's see if you can make it to the end." Chu Mu replied. Long Zun's lips curled into a smile as he leaped onto the rising dragon arena. As he drew his sword, a dragon's roar resounded. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying aura turned into a giant dragon's head. It broke through the void, and the air became chaotic. It formed a turbulent flow behind the dragon's head, as if it had become a dragon's body. Long Zun's opponent's expression changed. He gripped his sword tightly and slashed out 3 times in a row. The incomparably sharp sword light slashed towards the roaring dragon's head. The dragon's head was incomparably domineering. It crushed the 3 sword light and heavily smashed the opponent's protective sword aura. It hit the opponent's chest, but was blocked by the sword. His right hand held the sword hilt, and his left hand supported the sword. The sword was bent by the dragon's head. The terrifying power wreaked havoc, and the robe around his chest was torn apart, revealing his inner armor. "Samsung, sword of Gojoseon roared. He gathered all his strength in his arms and held onto the long sword with all his might, resisting Long Zun's sword attack. Under the powerful force, his whole body slid back continuously, and his shoes left 2 clear marks on the ground. He slid back dozens of meters before the dragon's power dissipated. However, Samsung's sword of Gojoseon's hands were numb, and his whole body was trembling. He couldn't gather any strength, and his legs were shaking. He couldn't even stand properly. He had no choice. He had used all his strength to resist, and it had almost exhausted all his strength. "Can you still fight?" Long Zun was domineering. "I admit defeat." His opponent was also a coward. He had used up all his strength, and his opponent only needed 1 more sword attack to defeat him easily. If he continued, it would be a futile struggle. He might as well admit defeat. Next, Murong Zhao's battle was also a dragon-shaped attack, and it defeated his opponent tyrannically. Many busybodies were hoping for a battle between Long Zun and Murong Zhao. That was because the forms of their sword techniques were both related to dragons, although they looked different. Lon Haichao also defeated his opponent. Li Xiaoxiao and Wang Yu also defeated their opponents and successfully advanced to the next round. At this point, the 5 champions, as well as the super dark horse Chu Mu and Fu Chaochin, had all defeated their opponents and advanced to the 6th round, other than the 7 of them, for other people had also defeated their opponents. However, compared to the 7 of them, these 4 people had to go through an intense battle before finally defeating their opponents. The last person was very lucky and advanced to the next round. Chapter 1056. It's finally time. That's right. Next, the 5 champions and 2 super dark horses will fight. I'm really looking forward to it. Although the 2 super dark horses are strong, they're definitely not a match for the 5 champions. I'm more interested in the battle between the 5 champions. That's not necessarily true. These were the supporters of Chu Mu and Fu Chaochen. Those who were eliminated naturally didn't have the right to stand beside the Rising Dragon Arena. Only 12 people remained. They lined up in a row and waited for the old man's arrangement. The old man didn't look at the name list. His gaze swept over the 12 people one by one as he slowly pondered. During the waiting time, everyone was guessing who would be the first match of the 6th round. The old man's gaze swept back and forth 3 times as he pondered. Li Xiaoxiao. The first name appeared. Li Xiaoxiao was startled at first, but she immediately leapt and landed on the Rising Dragon Arena, waiting for her opponent. Fu Chaochen. The old man slowly said the second name. He's matched up with the 5 champions so soon. It looks like Fu Chaochen will be stopped at the 6th round. Li Xiaoxiao and Fu Chaochen's sword intent are both peak heaven grade, but Li Xiaoxiao's sword intent is an attribute sword intent. It's stronger than ordinary sword intent, and her cultivation is 1 level higher than Fu Chaochen's. Victory is inevitable. I wonder how many moves she'll need to defeat Fu Chaochen. Fu Chaochen turned into a streak of light and landed in front of Li Xiaoxiao. Little brother, do you want big sister to let you have a few moves? Li Xiaoxiao looked at Fu Chaochen's baby face and teased him. Her full breasts trembled along with her body, attracting countless gazes. She was beautiful and her skin was as white as jade. Her hair was like clouds, making her look extremely charming. Her figure was graceful and soft, and she had the demeanor of a big sister. Fu Chaochen's cheeks flushed slightly in the face of Li Xiaoxiao's teasing. He smiled shyly and nodded sure. Fu Chaochen's answer was truly unexpected. Li Xiaoxiao was slightly startled as well, but she soon smiled. Little brother, you're really dishonest. Although she said that, Li Xiaoxiao wasn't careless at all. She unsheathed her sword like a pool of autumn water illuminating the moon, dazzling everyone. This was the first time in Fu Chaochen's history that his opponent had used more sword attacks than him. When Li Xiaoxiao's sword pierced out, the air seemed to have turned into water ripples. Under the aquatic sword intent, the power of this sword had a very obvious effect on the surrounding air, causing Fu Chaochen to feel restricted. Fu Chaochen belonged to the type of swordsman who possessed explosive power, while Li Xiaoxiao belonged to the type of swordsman who attacked continuously with her sword. Both were unique in their own ways. Like water, it was endless and endless. Sword after sword, it was not as strong as Fu Chaochen's. Instead, it was soft and gentle. The swords were connected to each other, and it was as if they had formed a stream of water that flowed over. The softest thing in the world was water. The golden light was blinding as Fu Chaochen unsheathed his sword. The golden sword light tore through the sky and transformed into a meteor that blasted toward Li Xiaoxiao. However, the meteor sword light, which was full of explosive power, was swept by the layers of ripples. Its speed became slower and slower, and the light on it was rapidly weakened. It was shattered by Li Xiaoxiao's sword. See, I knew it. Fu Chaochen is definitely no match for Senior Sister Li. Senior Sister Li is indeed very powerful. On the contrary, Li Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Although she had shattered Fu Chaochen's meteor sword light, she could feel the power contained within it. It was not something that a 2-star sword of Gojosian could produce. She immediately concluded that Fu Chaochen's sword art was definitely very profound. Otherwise, the explosive power of his sword origin would not be so strong. Fu Chaochen did not hesitate in the slightest after the sword light was shattered. He attacked again, and in an instant, the sword light that looked like a meteor shower appeared once again. Sword after sword after sword, bombarded the void, and terrifying sonic booms formed waves of air that surged outwards. Li Xiaoxiao's expression was solemn. As she moved, layers of ripples spread out, affecting the surrounding air and making it viscous. It also affected Fu Chaochen's sword light, causing its speed to decrease slightly. While dodging, she continuously swung her sword like water. The explosive power was not strong at all, but it had the advantage of having a lot of momentum behind it. After probing for a bit, the two brought out their true strength and fought fiercely. His sword fingers brushed past the blade of the sword, and the sword slashed forward from his chest. The sword glare that was like autumn water was like a line between heaven and earth. It sliced through the air and brought with it endless power as it charged towards Fu Chaochen. The extremely long sword light covered more than half of the rising dragon arena, leaving Fu Chaochen with nowhere to dodge. Fu Chaochen's eyes seemed to be shining with starlight. He swung his sword, and his sword was like a shooting star. The 3 sword strikes in an instant hit the same point of the sky and water sword technique, breaking it, high in the air, shooting out like a falling meteor. The terrifying sword light rushed over, causing Li Xiaoxiao's hair to flutter. Li Xiaoxiao moved. Her water-like long sword danced in the air. Her posture was graceful, as if she was dancing. Light blue sword qi revolved around her, stacking on top of one another. They transformed into streams that shot through the air, forming an endless stream. Even the air seemed to be driven by them. The area within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to have turned into a swamp. Fu Chaochen, who was falling from the sky, slowed down slightly and was obviously affected. Its senior sister, Li's aquatic sword dance. It's Fu Chaochen's honor to be defeated by senior sister Li's aquatic sword dance. Exclamations rang out. Li Xiaoxiao, who was under the aquatic sword dance, looked even more beautiful and intoxicating. She was like a fairy dancing in the water. What a strange sword technique. Chu Mu frowned slightly as he thought to himself. The aquatic sword dance directly affected the surrounding environment, creating an environment that was disadvantageous to the opponent. It would weaken the opponent's speed and power, which was equivalent to increasing one's own strength. Suddenly, Li Xiaoxiao's graceful figure spun and slashed out twice. The fine sword light broke through the air, attacking Fu Chaochen from both sides. The aquatic sword will, the rules of metal and the rules of water, cause the power of the 2 sword lights to reach the extreme. Fu Chaochen's baby face showed an unprecedented serious expression. There was a kind of piety that made his face seem to be covered with a layer of divine light. Heaven and earth were vast. The sword in his hand was raised from bottom to top. A ray of light rushed up from the sword hilt and gathered at the tip of the sword. An invincible and indestructible aura was released, causing the heaven and earth to change color. Break. The voice was vast and powerful, piercing through metal and rocks. Fu Chaochen became one with his sword and turned into a meteor, falling from the sky. Compared to the previous meteor sword light, this meteor was like a firefly compared to the moon. It was earth-shattering and unstoppable. The explosive power increased layer by layer. The environment affected by the aquatic sword dance was destroyed. The terrifying aura directly hit Li Xiaoxiao's body, causing her face to turn pale. The terrifying sword light and terrifying might seem to have shattered a meteorite falling from the sky. The friction between the sword and the air ignited a blazing and powerful golden red flame. With a loud bang, it seemed to be capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas, destroying the heavens and the earth. The air was heavy and suppressed, causing explosions to spread out. It was as if they were in a vacuum, unable to breathe. The feeling of suffocation was extremely uncomfortable. The terrifying aura was isolated by the rising dragon arena. The people outside could not feel it, but Long Zun and the others looked serious. They could also see that the sword skill that Fu Chaochen had unleashed was very powerful. It was definitely one of the best among the third-grade Earth breaching sword skills of the Earth tier. Li Xiaoxiao used all her strength, but couldn't block it. She was hit by the meteor sword light. Her delicate body trembled violently and flew out. Her face was pale and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, Fu Chaochen was full of fighting spirit. However, a trace of paleness flashed across his face. It seemed that using this sword skill was still a bit difficult for him. Cough, cough! Li Xiaoxiao coughed twice to calm her breathing. She teased again, "Little brother, what's the name of your move?" Meteor 7 Extinction Swords. Third move, Meteor Sky Piercing. Fu Chaochen didn't hide it. Meteor 7 Extinction Swords. Li Xiaoxiao nodded and sheathed her sword. "Little brother, you're very strong. I admit defeat." Admit defeat? Fu Chaochen was stunned. Although Li Xiaoxiao seemed to be injured, it seemed that she still had the strength to fight. Moreover, she was one of the 5 candidates to win the championship. She shouldn't admit defeat, just like that. Li Xiaoxiao didn't explain anything. Her graceful figure moved and left the rising dragon arena. Many people found it hard to accept such an outcome. One of the 5 candidates to win the championship actually lost. The difference was too big. But no matter what, this battle ended with Fu Chaochen winning and Li Xiaoxiao losing. Li Xiaoxiao was eliminated and Fu Chaochen successfully advanced. It was undeniable that Li Xiaoxiao and Fu Chaochen were very strong. The old man looked at Fu Chaochen deeply and announced the candidates for the second battle. Chu Mu's name was mentioned. His opponent wasn't one of the candidates to win the championship. It was the Samsung sword of Gojoseon, who was lucky to advance. "Please enlighten me." The Samsung sword of Gojoseon cupped his hands and smiled. Immediately he drew his sword. As soon as he drew his sword, a cross-shaped sword light appeared, which spanned more than 10 meters. Although he was lucky to advance, once he drew his sword he showed great strength. Compared to the eliminated sword of Gojoseon, he was indeed more powerful. However, for Chu Mu it was not enough. No matter how powerful he was still at the level of the Samsung sword of Gojoseon. He hadn't really reached the level where he could compete with a 4-star sword of Gojoseon. Only someone who had the strength to easily defeat an ordinary 4-star sword of Gojoseon would attract Chu Mu's attention. He didn't even use any sword skills. He just integrated 2 types of rule force, activated the earthquake force, and attacked with a mysterious sword technique. He broke the opponent's cross-shaped sword light. With another sword attack, he forced the opponent to be unable to resist and was easily defeated by Chu Mu. Advance! Next, Long Zun, Lon Haichao, Murong Xiao, and Wang Yu's opponents were the other 4 Samsung sword of Gojoseon. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was obvious. However, they won easily and advanced. Thus, the 6th round ended. Chapter 1057. Low-grade sword of Gojoseon group, 7th round, top 6. Long Zun, Lon Haichao, Murong Xiao, Wang Yu, Chu Mu, and Fu Chaochen. One had to admit that as a 2-star sword of Gojoseon, he was able to win all the way to this stage, standing side by side with one of the contenders for the championship. This was completely out of everyone's expectations. At this point, no one dared to underestimate Chu Mu and Fu Chaochen anymore. Although Chu Mu had yet to battle with one of the contenders for the championship, the strength he had displayed since the beginning of the battle had won everyone's respect for him. Even if he did battle with one of the contenders for the championship, he wouldn't lose that easily. As for Fu Chaochen, he had defeated one of the contenders for the championship, Li Xiaoxiao, proving his strength to the world. How nice would it be to have 2 2-star sword kings battle it out? Someone said like this, harboring expectations. Since both of them had entered the 7th round, people began to compare Chu Mu and Fu Chaochen. I think Fu Chaochen will win. I think so too. Of course, based on his performance so far, Chu Mu was considered inferior to Fu Chaochen, but the truth would only be revealed when the two of them battled. First, I have to congratulate all of you for entering the top 6. However, it doesn't matter whether you are in the top 6 or the top 3, because there can only be one champion. The old man's gaze swept over Chu Mu and the other 6 people, indifferently saying, "The 7th round begins now, Long Zun." Morong Shao. At this stage, there was no way to avoid it. The old man's announcement stirred up everyone's emotions. Long Zun, the crown prince of the true dragon dynasty, the #1 force in the great chaos lands, possessed the bloodline of a true dragon and had mastered the true dragon sword Dao. Although his sword intent was still a common sword intent, it had reached low-level high god realm, and the several types of law forces he had mastered had also reached low-level high god realm. Murong Shao was the #1 disciple of the Azure Dragon Palace, the #1 sect in the Great Eastern Dragon region. He had inherited the Azure Dragon, Sword Dao, and had already mastered it to the limit. His sword intent had evolved into the Azure Dragon sword intent, which was several times stronger than the average Heaven-class sword intent. Moreover, Murong Shao had been cultivating the sword of Gojoseon for a longer time than Long Zun. His mastery of the power of laws was also slightly better than Long Zun's. Both of them had their own advantages, and both were related to dragons. Many people had been looking forward to the battle between them for a long time. Finally, it was about to begin. "Revered dragon, I've been waiting for this battle for a long time." Murong Shao stood on the rising dragon arena, facing Long Zun directly. He pointed his sword and scabbard at Long Zun. "Can't wait to be defeated by this crown prince's sword." Long Zun smiled domineeringly. "If you want, I can let you have 3 moves first." Murong Shao retorted without hesitation. Before they even made a move, the two of them were already arguing verbally. Powerful auras rose from the two of them. Their auras were piercingly cold and surging like tidal waves, striking the surroundings and causing waves of turbulence. Vaguely, the airflow around Long Zun and Murong Shao condensed into the shape of a dragon, and the roar of a dragon could be heard. "Fight!" Raising their auras to the limit, Long Zun and Murong Shao both burst out at the same time. Their swords were unsheathed, and the airflow around them condensed into their swords. The crowd felt their vision blur, and the two of them seemed to have turned into 2 dragons, rushing towards each other and engaging in a fierce battle. The golden dragon was majestic and domineering, incomparably sharp. The azure dragon was agile and graceful, swift like the wind. Without dodging, the 2 dragons collided. Dragon roars reverberated in the air, and the air was torn apart. Countless explosions sounded, and layers of airflow were formed. The true dragon sword and the azure dragon sword seemed to be competing to see who was the dragon, the real dragon. This is their true strength, At this time, whether it was Long Zun or Murong Shao, the aura exuding from their bodies was majestic and domineering, far surpassing the previous battle. Before this, they did not use their true strength because their opponents were too weak to be taken seriously. Now that they had met their match, if they did not use their full strength, they would only be defeated by the other party's sword. The low-level God Realm ordinary sword intent was comparable to the top-level Heaven Realm Azure Dragon sword intent. In just one exchange, the two of them had clashed more than a dozen times. Even with the rising Dragon Arena seal, the sound of the 2 swords colliding was like a sharp dragon's roar, reaching everyone's ears. Fu Chaochen stopped talking to Chu Mu, focusing on the battle. Whether it was Long Zun or Murong Shao, both were opponents he had to pay attention to, because he might have to face one of them in the next round. He had full confidence in his own strength, but he could not be blindly arrogant. Chu Mu was also watching the battle between Long Zun and Murong Shao. the true Dragon Dynasty's most outstanding crown prince, the Azure Dragon Palace's new king's disciple. This was a battle between two dragons. If Long Zun's time in the Fortune Realm was similar to Morong Zhao's, Morong Zhao would definitely not be Long Zun's opponent. However, the truth was that Long Zun was younger than Morong Zhao by many years. In terms of Fortune Realm cultivation, Morong Zhao was obviously better than Long Zun. However, Long Zun had the true dragon's bloodline, his physique was strong, and his strength was unparalleled. This was an advantage Morong Zhao did not have. Both of them had high attainments in swordsmanship. As they fought, their figures crossed more than a dozen times, and each time their swords clashed more than a dozen times. In just a few breaths' time, they had clashed more than 1,000 times. The shock waves from the two swords clashing caused the surrounding air to shatter. That kind of sound was enough to make one's scalp numb and body tremble. It was a dazzling scene. What a fast sword! What a powerful sword! Many Sword of Gojoseon exclaimed in admiration. Even a portion of the mid-level and high-level Sword of Gojoseon who were not participating in the battle looked over. Take this! Return of the Azure Dragon! Morong Zhao roared, and a dragon's roar resounded. He waved his sword, and a sword light swept across half of the rising dragon arena, turning it into a sea. Amidst the dragon's roar, waves surged. Suddenly, a pillar of water shot up into the sky, and a green figure soared into the sky. A majestic roar resounded in the surroundings. A green dragon that was more than 10 meters long swooped down, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Just a mere azure dragon. Take my true dragon sky patrol. Long Zun was not to be outdone. He slashed down with his sword, and the sky behind him was filled with majesty. Countless thunderclouds appeared, and a golden dragon appeared from the thunderclouds. The dragon's roar was earth-shattering. The golden dragon and the azure dragon collided, and an explosion occurred. Long Zun Crown Prince waved his sword again, displaying his sword skill. He turned into a golden dragon and pierced through the terrifying shockwaves of the explosion, like a true dragon coming out of the abyss, and charged towards Morong Zhao. Good timing. Morong Zhao's face darkened. His body spun, and a long sword appeared on his body. Tiny dark green, dragon-shaped chi poured out like a storm. Golden light blazed. Golden dragon shatters the sky. True dragon break. All the dark green dragon-shaped chi were shattered, and nothing could stop it. Morong Zhao's face changed slightly, and the sword in his hand danced rapidly. A huge azure dragon head condensed, and a terrifying green shockwave with the speed and sharpness of the wind cut through the air. After the collision, another explosion occurred. Long Zun's body fell straight down, and his feet stomped on the ground. The tyrannical true dragon sword energy and the strength of his muscles gathered and exploded in an instant. With a boom, the rising dragon arena seemed to shake, and layers of ripples appeared on the ground beneath his feet. His aura was boundless, and his sharpness was unparalleled. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed upwards, and with the help of his body's rotation, his strength became even more tyrannical. Golden dragon soars to the sky, 9 profound rising dragon break, an Earth-class 3rd grade heaven-shocking sword skill. Azure dragon fall. The azure dragon head didn't dissipate, and Morong Zhao's eyes turned green. His chi became even more condensed, and he gathered all his strength. 3 types of rule energies gathered, and the azure dragon's sword energy erupted. He slashed downwards, and man and sword became one, transforming into an azure dragon that descended from the sky. Dragons were divine beasts with noble bloodlines. Their strength was even more tyrannical. Although it was just a dragon condensed from the energy of 2 people, and wasn't a real dragon, it still possessed a terrifying might. The 9 profound rising dragon break was also known as the 9 spirals, rising dragon break. As the name implied, it revolved 9 times. Every time it revolved, its power would become more condensed. After 9 revolutions, its power would increase by several times. At the same time, the 9 profound rising dragon break also contained 9 types of rule energies. Long Zun had only cultivated it to the point where he could merge 3 types of rule energies. It could also be called 3 profound rising dragon break. Looking at Long Zun's 9 profound rising dragon break, Chumu fell into deep thought. Such an attack had opened his eyes and allowed him to see a new kind of sword skill. In fact, this was the true Dragon Dynasty's sword secret. Sword secret and sword skills were actually similar. They were both formed from sword energy, sword intent, and rule energies. However, sword secret was more profound and more complicated than sword skills. Naturally, its power was also stronger. In fact, Chumu's comprehension was indeed shocking. However, in the end, he was still too young. Compared to those sword saints or even the dynasty, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. There was nothing to compare. There were still too many things he needed to know, learn, and experience. In the past, he thought that his attacks should be like that. But now, after experiencing the Zhanyuan secret realm and watching Fu Chaochen, Long Zun, and Morong Zhao's battle, his understanding of swordsmen's battles had undergone a great change. It was a great change, but it needed time to settle down. Chu Mu felt that he had made the right choice in coming here. After seeing Fu Chaochen and Long Zun's battle, he knew that this was his reward. Of course, whether it was the 7 meteor swords or the 9 profound rising dragon break, they were not something that Fu Chaochen and Long Zun could create. They were the foundations of their organizations, the research of countless ancestors, leaving behind a secret sword for future generations to comprehend and cultivate. At this point, although Chu Mu had comprehended something, it was still in a blurry state. Azure Dragon Break was also a move that incorporated 3 types of rule energies. It was one of the Azure Dragon Palace's sword secrets. Because it incorporated the Azure Dragon sword intent, its power was even stronger. The speed of thought was the fastest. As all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, Long Zun's 9 profound rising dragon break had already clashed with Morong Zhao's Azure Dragon Break. The Azure Dragon and True Dragon roared and roared, wanting to destroy each other. With a loud boom, it was as if the heavens and earth had exploded. A shockwave that could destroy mountains spread out in an instant. Layers of golden and dark green ripples swept out like waves, crashing onto the rising dragon arena's seal. Creaking sounds could be heard. The seal, which could withstand the full power attack of a mid-tier sword king, rippled under the impact of the collision between the 2 sword skills. Chapter 1058, True Dragon, Sword Secret Art, 9 Profound Rising Dragon Break, Green Dragon, Sword Secret Art, Azure Dragon Fall. An earth-shattering explosion shook the entire rising dragon arena, and the seal was about to shatter. The golden dragon and azure dragon were destroyed, and Morong Zhao's body flew up into the air, smashing heavily onto the top of the seal, creating ripples before falling down. Long Zuin's body fell like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the ground, causing countless ripples to explode. The explosion pushed forward like waves, and only dissipated after 10 breaths of time. Who won? Many people were confused. Morong Zhao struggled to get up, but Long Zuin leaped up, his power exploding once again as he charged towards Morong Zhao, slashing with his sword. Morong Zhao's pale face changed, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block, but was hit by Long Zuin's sword and was sent flying, spitting out blood. In the end, Morong Zhao lost under Long Zuin's attack. Because Long Zuin had the bloodline of the true dragon, his body was stronger, and his recovery speed was faster. This was an advantage that Morong Zhao did not have. Long Zuin advanced, and Morong Zhao was eliminated. Lan Haichao, the old man in the air, read out the name of the next battle. Chu Mu, Brother Chu, do your best. Fu Chaochin clenched his fist and said with force, "I will win." Chu Mu smiled, and his tone was full of confidence. As a 2-star sword of Gojosian, it is indeed impressive that you could come all the way here. I have to admit, if your cultivation had reached the 3rd sky of Fortune Realm, I might not be your opponent, but now. Lan Haichao was also full of confidence, and believed that the current Chu Mu was not his opponent. Now, you are still not my opponent. Chu Mu continued Lan Haichao's words. You are very confident, but under my sword, your confidence will be shattered. Lan Haichao was slightly startled and then smiled. No matter how much he said, he could not defeat his opponent. Chu Mu preferred to fight back with the sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a cold light flashed, and the long sword was unsheathed, and the sharp qi rushed towards Lan Haichao. Lan Haichao smiled again, and his holy sword left the scabbard. A sword light akin to starlight piercing through the air, piercing a small tunnel, heading straight for Chu Mu. Chu Mu only felt the piercing sharpness of the starlight. Even his protective sword of Gojosian was unable to block. A starlight sword of stars. Lan Haichao, unless Chu Mu exposed his starlight sword of stars sword intent, he would have to use the immortal sword of Gojosafan, Lan Haichao's match. Unless Chu Mu to Huang, if he wanted to fight Lan Huang's sword, he would need to use immortal God's sword. After weighing the pros and cons, Chu Mu immediately made the decision to use Undying Sword Intent. Like gliding on water, the soles of his feet slid across the ground, causing the starry sky sword ray to miss. Chu Mu's sword shot out, leaving a streak of light in the air. Like a meteor, it shot towards Lan Haichao. Immortal Sword Intent was condensed within, causing the meteor-like sword ray to have a feeling of immortality. It's also an elemental sword intent. The true Dragon Emperor, the Elder in the Sky, Long Zun, and the other contestants were all stunned. They remembered that the sword essence Chu Mu had used in the previous battle was ordinary sword essence, not elemental sword essence. Could it be that Chu Mu actually had the ability to hide the attribute of his sword intent? Speaking of which, this could be considered an amazing ability. Lan Haichao was also very surprised. He had his own elemental sword intent, and he could also feel Chu Mu's elemental sword intent. He sheathed his sword and began to circulate it. Amidst the sounds of breaking air, sword lights fell from the sky like meteors, piercing towards Chu Mu. Dense sword lights covered the surroundings, very bright and very dazzling, interfering with Chu Mu's vision. Then Lan Haichao's eyes widened, as if there were starlight streaking across his pupils. The sword in his hand burst out with astonishing starlight, shooting out one after another. As he waved his sword, it was like a group of meteors bombarding. An incomparably tyrannical aura bombarded Chu Mu's body first. Before the meteor could hit Chu Mu, it exploded first. Countless sword lights, sharp and unparalleled, pierced through the surrounding void, tearing apart Chu Mu's protective sword aura, as if to turn Chu Mu's body into a hornet's nest. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu hastily waved his sword and quickly dodged. Ray after ray of incomparably sharp starry sky, sword glows were all hit by Chu Mu's sword, deflected or shattered. Lan Haichao also did not expect that Chu Mu would use this method to resolve his star explosion sword technique. However, the star explosion sword technique was only the weakest sword technique that he had mastered. The starry sky sword technique was performed again. The rules of wind and the rules of speed were combined, causing the speed of the sword to reach the extreme, exceeding Chu Mu's vision. Even with the power of divine will, he could only vaguely capture a trace of the sword's trajectory. The sword had already broken through the newly formed protective sword aura, piercing towards Chu Mu's throat. It was too fast beyond his vision. A strong sense of crisis swept over him, and he could only rely on his instincts that had been tempered by countless life-and-death situations to react. At the same time he slashed out with his sword, tearing the void apart, forcing Lan Haichao to dodge. With a shake of his sword, he performed the star explosion sword technique again, causing countless sword lights to explode. Sword technique against sword technique. Chu Mu and Lan Haichao fought fiercely and were evenly matched. This two-star sword of Gojoseon is also very strong. It seems that he is not inferior to Lan Haichao. Humph! Senior brother Lan has not shown his full strength yet. Little did they know that the more they fought, the more surprised Lan Haichao became. When the two swords clashed, he could often judge the opponent's strength. Lan Haichao felt that Chu Mu's sword essence was not inferior to his own in terms of purity, and even seemed to be superior to his. Was this possible? The sword essence of the early second heaven of creation was not inferior to the sword essence of the peak third heaven of creation, and even showed signs of surpassing it. The cultivation method that Lan Haichao practiced was the most powerful technique of the starry sky sword of Gojoseon. The sword essence that he cultivated was much purer than the sword essence of the peak Samsung sword of Gojoseon. It was very close to the sword essence of an ordinary 4-star sword of Gojoseon. There was only one possibility. Chu Mu's sword principle cultivation method was more profound than Lan Haichao's. The two swords clashed again, and Lan Haichao's expression changed again. He felt a strong vibration that hit his sword, numbing his hand. For a moment, he could not gather his strength and immediately retreated. It seems that I can't defeat him with normal means, Lan Haichao said to himself. He had to use his full strength. Boundless starry sky. With a shout, the sword in Lan Haichao's hand once again shot out countless starlight beams. They pierced through the surroundings and circled around his body, gathering in the air above his head. Then, like a cannonball, they shot into the sky and exploded dozens of meters in the air. The starlight exploded and turned into a curtain of stars that fell down, covering an area of a few hundred meters. Within the curtain of stars, countless starlight swam like tadpoles. Chu Mu felt that under the curtain of stars, there seemed to be a special force that was suppressing him. On the other hand, Lan Haichao's aura seemed to have become fiercer and more vigorous. Secret of the starry sky sword, boundless starry sky. Compared to a swordsman like Lan Haichao, Chu Mu's fighting methods were still lacking. At this moment, he deeply realized this point. Lan Haichao shouted and pointed his sword at Chu Mu. Suddenly, several starlight beams separated from the curtain of stars and shot towards Chu Mu. However, they did not attack Chu Mu. Instead, they wrapped around Chu Mu's body. Chu Mu felt his body become heavy, as if he was tied up by a rope. His movement speed was greatly reduced. Lan Haichao's body was also surrounded by a few rays of starlight. The starlight assisted him, making him even faster. He waved his sword, and his sword's speed increased by 30%. His sword pierced through the void like a thunderstorm, stabbing towards Chu Mu's weak points. Chu Mu counterattacked with his sword. Because of the starlight, his sword's speed was significantly reduced. His muscles shook, and a terrifying power burst out from his body, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Several starlight beams were also shattered under the shock of the power. Chu Mu's sword's speed quickly recovered. Fall. Lan Haichao waved his sword with one hand and guided with the other. More starlight separated from the curtain of stars and shot towards Chu Mu. With a thought, Chu Mu drew his sword with his left hand. A saint sword and a sword light shot out of the space ring. Under his control, it gathered the power of the rules of wind and shot towards Lan Haichao, restraining him. The sword in his left hand and the sword in his right hand combined. The two swords danced, shattering the incoming starlight beams. Sword manipulation technique. Dual sword manipulation technique. The true Dragon Emperor, the old man, and the other swordsmen were all stunned. So you're a disciple of the flying heaven pavilion of the West Tiger Territory. The starlight beams shattered. Lan Haichao was entangled by Chu Mu's sword manipulation technique and could not attack Chu Mu with the starlight beams. The boundless starry sky gave Chu Mu a feeling that it was similar to the sword domain. Of course, he had personally experienced the power of the sword domain, and he knew that the boundless starry sky's power was far inferior to the sword domain. Even so, the boundless starry sky still gave Chu Mu a lot of trouble. Seeing that the starlight could not get close to Chu Mu at all, and that he was attacked by the sword manipulation technique, he could not escape for a while. He could not defeat Chu Mu at all. Lan Haichao thought quickly. Starlight swords. Lan Haichao used another technique. In an instant, the starlight in the curtain of stars in the sky quickly gathered, condensing into starlight longswords. A total of 3 starlight long swords floated above Chu Mu's head, releasing an astonishing sharpness. They locked onto Chu Mu, making Chu Mu's scalp tingle. Then, under the control of Lan Haichao, the 3 starlight long swords flew down. As a peerless genius, Lan Haichao also had the ability to multitask. The starlight long swords looked like 3, but they were actually 1 and could not be separated. With a slash of his sword, Lan Haichao broke apart the defensive sword technique's sword beam. Wrapped in starlight, Lan Haichao's speed was extremely fast as it charged towards Chu Mu. Together with the 3 starlight longswords, it launched an attack towards Chu Mu. The 3 starlight longswords had the same effect as the defensive sword technique. In the face of Lan Haichao's attack, Chu Mu was in a predicament. The 2 swords danced rapidly, one slash after another, turning into countless sharp sword light, twining around Chu Mu's body. The sword in his right hand was tyrannical and domineering, while the sword in his left hand was tricky and strange. Chapter 1059. The 3 starlight swords, Lan Haichao's sword, Chu Mu's dual swords, and the defensive sword technique kept clashing. Lan Haichao's body turned into a blur as he attacked Chu Mu from all directions. Chu Mu's dual swords contained a terrifying, earth-shaking energy. He countered with one sword strike after another, shattering the 3 starlight swords one by one. The shattered starlight long sword transformed back into starlight. It didn't disperse, but instead condensed again, forming an enormous starlight long sword. It was as if an invisible giant was holding it in its hand. Aiming at Chu Mu's head, it heavily slashed down. A terrifying whistling sound was heard. Chu Mu's scalp went numb. He felt like his whole body was about to be split apart. His body shook as his bones and tendons vibrated. It was like a thunderous roar. His blood and qi surged. The strongest energy in his body was gathered and burst out. Amidst the vibration, Chu Mu soared into the sky and slashed out with his dual swords. A terrifying explosion shook the heaven and earth. The starlight sword was shattered. Under the recoil, Chu Mu also fell down. Lan Haichao raised his head. His eyes shone brightly. His pupils reflected the exploding starlight in the sky. He locked onto Chu Mu's figure and stabbed out with his sword at the fastest speed. Chu Mu, who was falling, turned his body upside down. The 2 swords clashed. Under the earth-shaking energy, a terrifying sound wave rushed towards Lan Haichao. Lan Haichao could only feel his eardrums vibrating. His scalp went numb and his skin trembled. His battle talent is outstanding, the real Dragon Emperor thought. With his eyesight, he could see that Chu Mu was proficient in the power of vibration. Moreover, he used it in his dual swords technique. The collision of the 2 swords caused the vibration energy to collide with each other, creating a tyrannical sound wave that rushed towards Lan Haichao. Although the sound wave would not cause any damage, it would make Lan Haichao feel uncomfortable for a moment. His body fell like a meteor. His dual sword swayed, causing his falling speed to increase. Lan Haichao's face suddenly changed. The berserk aura rushing down made him unable to breathe. Starlight Wall. With a low roar, starlight peeled off from the curtain of stars and shot out rapidly, forming a starlight wall above his head. Under Chu Mu's sword, the starlight wall was shattered. However, his momentum was also weakened. Lan Haichao took the opportunity to escape. He leaped up and stabbed out with his sword like a meteor chasing the moon. He waved his dual swords and hurriedly dodged. The sword technique shot out, restraining Lan Haichao. The methods I currently possess are still not strong enough and are too simple. Chu Mu thought to himself as he pondered how he could defeat Lan Haichao. As the Starry Sky Sword Sex No. 1 low-level sword of Gojoseon, Lan Haichao was strong and talented. He was highly valued and heavily nurtured. Moreover, he had inherited the Starry Sky Sword Dao. He had many tricks up his sleeves and was very difficult to deal with. On the other hand, Chu Mu had always relied on himself. All of his Sword of Gojoseon were created by himself. Moreover, he had dabbled in too many things, which split his time. Moreover, the time he had spent as a Sword of Gojoseon was much shorter than Lan Haichao, resulting in the power of his Sword of Gojoseon being weaker than Lan Haichao. It could be said that Chu Mu's future was brighter than Lan Haichao's, but now he paled in comparison. Chu Mu began to think about his own advantages. He had to avoid his shortcomings and use his strengths to fight Lan Haichao. Only then would he be able to win. Of course, if he could erupt with top High God realm sword intent and law force, his attack power would increase tenfold. Defeating Lan Haichao wouldn't be a difficult task, but that was Chu Mu's most hidden trump card. His powerful physique, vast amount of sword essence, and astonishing purity. His sword essence's recovery speed was also faster than before. Dual sword art, undying sword intent, earthquake force, and so on. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Chu Mu's aura suddenly changed, becoming fierce and violent. He had already made up his mind on how to deal with Lan Haichao. Close combat was his forte. His powerful physique and earthquake force were also his strong points. Other than that, there was also his powerful divine sense that he could make use of. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Chu Mu erupted with his most powerful strength, charging at Lan Haichao at the fastest speed, as if he had transformed into a wild beast. The distance between the two was close to begin with, and with Chu Mu's sudden burst of strength, he closed in on Lan Haichao. Before Lan Haichao could react, both swords slashed out. Lan Haichao's face turned ashen. He felt the air in front of him shattering, as if space itself was being split open. The power of Huang Xiaolong's sword aura made him feel suffocated. The imperial sword art turned into an azure sword light, flying from the side to distract Lan Haichao's attention. Subsequently, Lan Haichao saw a sword light flickering in Chu Mu's eyes. Two divine sense swords pierced through space, piercing into Lan Haichao's eyes, heading straight for his spiritual world. The sudden attack from the divine sense swords forced Lan Haichao to divide his attention to defend himself. He could only multitask, dealing with Chu Mu's attack while dealing with the divine sense swords in his spiritual world. Chu Mu's two swords seemed to have turned into windmills, attacking at high speed. Terrifying vibrations were contained in them. Each sword forced Lan Haichao to retreat to the edge of the boundless starry sky. The two swords vibrated and collided with each other. Terrifying sound waves rushed out, and Lan Haichao quickly dodged. The two swords made use of the recoil force to stab out at an even faster speed, not at Lan Haichao, but at the boundless starry sky. Break! There was a low roar like a thunderstorm. One sword was infused with the precepts of gold and water, while the other was infused with the precepts of wind and thunder. They all hit the same point in the boundless starry sky. Oh no! Lan Haichao's expression changed. After fighting with Chu Mu for so long, he already knew that in terms of quality and quantity of sword energy, Chu Mu wasn't inferior to him. In terms of sword intent, Chu Mu wasn't inferior to him the slightest, and even surpassed him by a bit. In terms of body strength, Chu Mu was above him, and he had grasped a technique that he didn't have. Moreover, through the confrontation of the divine remembrance swords just now, Lan Haichao discovered that Chu Mu's divine remembrance wasn't inferior to his, and even seemed to be superior. Although the power of the sword technique was not as great as his, the swordsmanship was more profound. With all these comparisons, Chu Mu's battle talent was extremely shocking, making him very difficult to deal with. If the boundless starry sky was broken through, Lan Haichao would lose some of his advantages, which would be even more disadvantageous for him. There was a cracking sound like an eggshell cracking. A speck of light appeared under the sword, turning into countless cracks that spread out and shattered. The boundless starry sky was broken under Chu Mu's violent attack. The feeling of being restrained suddenly disappeared. Chu Mu seemed to have unloaded a burden. His speed increased a little. With a spin, the two swords were like a storm, thunder, and lightning. They were infused with the power of the precepts and the inextinguishable sword intent, constantly activating the divine wilderness sword origin, causing golden light to shoot out in all directions. Lan Haichao only felt that Chu Mu seemed to have become a roaring sea, with waves and tsunamis. As for him, he had become a small boat in the sea that could be destroyed at any time. He could only constantly defend and dodge, unable to find a chance to counterattack under Chu Mu's violent attack. What is going on? What a violent attack! It's too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Chu Mu didn't look strong at all. He didn't expect that once he exploded, his power would be so terrifying and berserk. The sudden explosion will definitely not last long. As senior brother Lan can hold on, he will immediately win. A disciple of the Starry Sky sword sect snorted. In fact, this was what the majority of the swordsmen thought. Lan Haichao also thought so. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and held on, resisting Chu Mu's violent attack. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. Time slowly passed, but Chu Mu's violent attack did not stop, nor did it show any signs of weakening. It was as violent and tyrannical as before. The sword light was overbearing to the extreme, leaving countless sword scars in the air. The figures of Chu Mu and Lan Haichao were completely enveloped. Lan Haichao was in disbelief. His hand that was holding the sword began to go numb, gradually losing consciousness. His body was also affected, his blood and qi churning. He simply could not find a chance to counterattack. Every breath felt as long as a quarter of an hour. Damn it, why hasn't it stopped? Lan Haichao secretly thought. He could only hold on, constantly retreating under Chu Mu's attack. Hold on. I must hold on. Lan Haichao's only thought was to hold on with his tempered willpower. 60 breaths of violent attack was also a challenge to Chu Mu's body. Sensing Lan Haichao's current state, Chu Mu paused for a moment. Lan Haichao thought that Chu Mu was exhausted and was about to counterattack. However, Chu Mu's 2 swords, in an even more violent manner, slashed towards him. 2 sword skills cutting wind. Under the attack of the 2 sword skills, Lan Haichao's expression changed drastically. The sword in his hand was knocked out of his hand, and his protective sword aura was shattered. His robe was torn apart, and his inner armor had blocked most of the sword skill's power. However, the remaining power was still horrifying. It directly landed on his body, and he was blown away. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and a long mark was left on the ground. His sword had left his hand, and he had been injured. The sword light that had been floating next to Chu Mu flew out and stopped in front of Lan Haichao's forehead. Everyone could see that Chu Mu had won this battle. Chu Mu also let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, he had obtained the 9 revolution body, refining fruit. His body strength was shocking, and he was able to withstand such a powerful attack. In the end, he had defeated Lan Haichao. Long Xuan's eyes shone brightly. Because he had the bloodline of the true dragon, his body was stronger than the average swordsman. Seeing Chu Mu's violent attack, He could not wait to compete with Chu Mu. Long Zuin defeated Morong Xiao, and Chu Mu defeated Lan Haichao. There was only one battle left in this round, between Fu Chaoqin and Wang Yu. Chapter 1060. On the Rising Dragon Arena, Fu Chaoqin and Wang Yu faced each other from afar. Compared to Long Zun, Lan Haichao, Morong Xiao, and the others, Wang Yu looked more ordinary. The elemental sword intent that he had mastered was the sword intent of earth. It was as steady and heavy as a boulder and a mountain. His fighting style was also stable and steady. It did not look exciting at all, but it won in terms of steadiness. Fu Chaoqin once again displayed shocking explosive power, attacking relentlessly. Every strike was like a meteor piercing through the sky, but they were all blocked by Wang Yu's sword. The sword intent of earth combined with the law of earth, coupled with his powerful body and defensive technique, Wang Yu was able to handle Fu Chaoqin's explosive attacks with ease. After attacking for a long time without success, Fu Chaoqin used the first move of the 7 deadly meteor swords. The sword in his hand was like a meteor descending, heavily striking at Wang Yu, but Wang Yu blocked it. The second move of the 7 deadly meteor swords, the third move of the 7 deadly meteor swords, the 7 deadly meteor swords was clearly a sword secret. Every time it was used, it would consume a lot of energy. Fu Chaoqin used the second and third moves consecutively, consuming a lot of sword energy. Facing Fu Chaoqin's 2 moves, Wang Yu's face turned solemn. His feet stomped heavily on the Rising Dragon Arena, as if he had become one with the Rising Dragon Arena. Fu Chaoqin's attack aimed at Wang Yu was just like attacking the Rising Dragon Arena, unshakable. 2 terrifying meteors struck Wang Yu, one after the other. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions, swallowing Wang Yu. Fu Chaoqin landed on the ground, his face pale and his breathing ragged. Everyone was waiting to see who won. When the dust settled, Wang Yu's body was revealed. He held his sword horizontally in front of him, looking a little battered. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't take a step back. Fu Chaoqin's face changed drastically. He never expected Wang Yu to be able to withstand his second and third move of the 7 deadly meteor swords. Such defensive power was too strong, not giving Fu Chaoqin the slightest chance. Wang Yu's eyes lit up as he raised his right foot and slammed it down again, as if he wanted to shatter the Rising Dragon Arena. A loud explosion rang out as layers of ripples spread out from the bottom of his foot. A tyrannical force pushed through his body as he charged at Fu Chaoqin like a cannonball. A terrifying gale exploded. Before Fu Chaoqin could dodge, Wang Yu had already used his shoulder to heavily smash into Fu Chaoqin's body, causing him to fly backwards. Soon after, Wang Yu's sword drew a blazing arc of light as it slashed out, as if it wanted to cut apart a mountain. The terrifying sword light struck Fu Chaoqin. Fu Chaoqin's robes were torn apart, revealing his inner armor. Even though he had blocked Wang Yu's sword, he had still been injured. What a pity! Chu Mu couldn't help but think to himself. Originally, he'd wanted to have a showdown with Fu Chaoqin and see how formidable this swordsman from the primeval battlefield was. After all, there was always a difference between watching from the sidelines and personally fighting. He hadn't thought that Fu Chaoqin would be defeated by Wang Yu. It had to be said that although Wang Yu was one of the 5 candidates for the championship, he was considered the least outstanding. His performance in the previous battles was also ordinary. There was nothing special about him. Unexpectedly, he was able to defeat Fu Chaoqin, who everyone thought was highly of. Of course, this was also because Fu Chaoqin's cultivation was a major heavenly layer lower than Wang Yu's. After Fu Chaoqin's defeat, only Longzuin, Chu Mu, and Wang Yu remained. The final battle will be between Longzuin and Chu Mu against Wang Yu, and Wang Yu against Longzuin, announced the old man. The winner of both battles will be the champion. Brother Chu, I've been waiting for this battle for a long time since we parted on the creation heavenly platform said Longzuin to Chumu in a domineering tone. Let's fight, said Chumu, unsheathing his saint sword. Fight! Longzuin bellowed as he unsheathed his saint sword. A terrifying dragon-shaped chi slashed through the air. Under the attack of the dragon-shaped chi, the air shattered and exploded like firecrackers. The early High God Realm's sword intent and the domineering True Dragon's sword origin destroyed everything in their path. Longzuin pointed his long sword at Huang Xiaolong. Inextinguishable sword light shot out and collided with the dragon-shaped chi exploding. This was a signal to start a fierce battle. With a low bellow, Longzuin's strength erupted. With his long sword in front of him, he charged towards Chumu in a domineering manner, shattering all obstacles in his way. Chumu leaped into the air and slashed out 3 sword light. 3 rays of inextinguishable sword light tore through the void as they shot towards Longzuin. Longzuin charged forward, shattering the 3 rays of inextinguishable sword light. Then he leaped into the air and spun like a true dragon as he charged towards Chumu. A sharp sword appeared in his left hand, and when the 2 swords collided, sound waves rippled outwards. The rebounding force caused Chumu's strength to erupt. He dove down like a meteor towards Longzuin. This was a clash of pure strength. Whoever was stronger would be more domineering. Terrifying sound waves exploded and rippled outwards. Longzuin fell to the ground and Chumu leaped up. Both of them were shocked by each other's strength. Longzuin had the true dragon bloodline, and his body was several times stronger than ordinary swordsmen. In addition, his body's recovery speed was also faster. He also cultivated the true dragon dynasty's body refinement technique, which made his body even stronger. He did not expect that Chumu's body was not weaker than his, and that Chumu had mastered a special power that he did not have. After the collision, Longzuin felt his palms go numb. Chumu, who was in the air, turned around and swooped down with even more ferocity. Longzuin's eyes suddenly lit up. He spun on the spot and soared into the sky again. A dragon's roar resounded, and a golden dragon coiled around his body. He became one with his sword and soared into the sky. True Dragon's sword secret. 9 profound rising dragon break. The terrifying power was earth-shattering, as if it was going to crush Longzuin's body. Chumu's face changed. He had seen the terrifying power of the 9 profound rising dragon break with his own eyes. Now that he was facing it himself, he felt that the power was even more terrifying. He raised all his strength, and his muscles vibrated at a high frequency. The vibration was transmitted to the sword, and the quaking energy was injected into the 2 swords. The rules of gold and the rules of wind merged together, and the divine wilderness sword energy and the indestructible sword of Gojoseon burst forth. The 2 swords crossed, and the power was multiplied. Slash! The golden dragon and the meteorite light collided, and a terrifying explosion shook the rising dragon platform. Longzuin's body fell at an even faster speed, and Chumu's body soared upwards. His body was shaking, and the bones in his arms were almost broken. Waves of pain surged through his body, and his muscles felt like they were being torn apart. It was extremely uncomfortable. Chumu believed that Longzuin would not be feeling any better than him. His heart was beating rapidly, and the power of the wood form origin surged through his body. Vigorous vitality flowed through his body like a clear spring, and the pain in his body was alleviated. Tyrannical power emerged once again. High up in the sky, with his waist as the axis, he swung his body, and his 2 swords were like wings. His speed increased rapidly, and with 1 sword in front and the other behind, the indestructible sword intent, the divine wilderness sword energy, the rules of gold and the rules of wind erupted once again. Longzuin's face changed. Although his body recovered quickly, it was not as fast as Chumu's. He still felt the pain of his muscles being torn apart, and for a moment he could not lift himself up to use the 9 profound, rising dragon break for the second time. Facing Chu Mu, who was descending from the sky, Long Zuin chose to dodge. He quickly shifted and retreated like a swimming dragon. With a boom, Chu Mu's feet stomped heavily on the ground of the rising dragon platform, and ripples spread out under his feet. His legs bent, and like a spring that was compressed to the limit, he bounced back up. With a boom, the ripples became bigger, and his momentum was mighty. Chu Mu shot out like a cannonball and blasted towards Long Zuin. The sword in his right hand slashed out. Sword skill wind cutter. A golden sword light, with a trace of green air, cut open the space in front of it, as if it wanted to cut Long Zuin in half. Long Zuin's footsteps paused, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The strength that he had just recovered erupted once again, and with an even faster speed, he cut into Chu Mu's sword skill. At the same time, the sword in his hand pierced out, and the dragon head reappeared. Man and sword became one. Sword skill, true dragon break. Facing Long Zuin's counterattack, Chu Mu's lips curled into a smile. This made Long Zuin's heart jump, and his intuition told him that something was wrong, but it was too late to react. His eyes lit up, and the sword of divine sense shot out. Long Zuin reacted quickly, and the moment the sword of divine sense shot into his spiritual world, his divine sense condensed into the shape of a true dragon to defend himself. His footsteps staggered, and his body swayed slightly, as if he had split into 2, and then into 4, interfering with Long Zuin's vision. The sword in his right hand was suddenly retracted, because it was just a feint. The sword in his left hand had silently stabbed out from a tricky angle, giving Long Zuin a feeling that it was impossible to guard against. The sword in his right hand slashed out again, as if there was another person beside Long Zuin. Following that, a sword light left the interspatial ring and instantly appeared above Long Zuin's head, falling from the sky. In an instant, Long Zuin was facing attacks from 3 directions, and it was extremely unfavorable. True dragon armor. With a roar, his bloodline surged, and his aura shot out, condensing into the shape of a golden dragon. It coiled around his body, turning into an armor that protected his entire body. The 3 attacks landed on Long Zuin's body, shattering the true dragon armor. Long Zuin's body trembled, and he retreated a few steps, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Taking advantage of the victory, Chu Mu attacked once again, displaying a berserk stance. His 2 swords were like a thunderstorm. Come! With a thunderous roar, Long Zuin raised his aura and erupted with all the power in his body. With the addition of his bloodline, his muscles swelled, and his originally robust body seemed to have become even stronger. Grasping his long sword with both hands, it was as if he could split mountains and split the earth. Wind and thunder roared, and the roar of a dragon resounded. With a berserk stance, he clashed with Chu Mu. The spectators were all dumbstruck. The battle between the 2 of them was really too violent and too valiant. It was simply like a battle between 2 primordial fierce beasts. It caused the spectators' blood to boil, and they were extremely excited. Wang Yu's face was grave. He specialized in defense, and when he encountered a strong opponent, he would often use his super strong defense to render his opponent helpless, and only counterattack when his strength was almost exhausted. But right now, the battle between Chu Mu and Long Zuin was too berserk, and he didn't have the confidence to completely defend against it. Chapter 1061. The sounds of swords clashing were extremely ear-piercing. Tearing through the air, countless sparks flew, and energy shot in all directions. Chu Mu and the Dragon Sovereign gave up on using sword techniques, and only used sword techniques. They used their most powerful strength to attack and clash again and again. As the true Dragon Dynasty's most outstanding crown prince, Long Zuin not only had a strong physique, but his attainments in sword skills were also unfathomable, surpassing the average sword of Gojoseon by many times. But sword skills were Chu Mu's forte, his foundation. In terms of sword skills, Long Zun was still inferior to Chu Mu. As their sword skills clashed, especially with Chu Mu's dual sword skills, the power of their attacks increased, gradually suppressing Long Zun. This kid's sword skills are really profound. The true Dragon Emperor frowned slightly, muttering to himself. In a battle of sword skills, even a sword saint might not be able to defeat Chu Mu. Both swords seemed to have the help of the gods. One sword pierced out as if it came from beyond the heavens, while the other slashed out as if it was a heavenly steed soaring through the skies. Long Zun could only switch from offense to defense, continuously blocking Chu Mu's attacks. Under Chu Mu's relentless attacks, Long Zun was forced to retreat. In terms of sword essence, Chu Mu wasn't any weaker than him. In terms of sword intent, Chu Mu's top heaven rank imperishable sword intent wasn't inferior to his low-grade high god realm sword intent. In terms of physical strength, Chu Mu wasn't inferior either. Although he didn't have a true dragon bloodline, Chu Mu had the wood element origin, allowing his body to recover faster than Long Zun. Although he didn't grasp any powerful sword secret, his sword skills were above Long Zun's. In a battle of sword skills, Long Zun wasn't Chu Mu's opponent. The speed of Long Zun's sword was fast, and his dual sword skills were even more powerful, suppressing Long Zun, preventing him from escaping. Chu Mu grasped the essence of sword skills, combining hardness and gentleness. The essence of all kinds of sword skills was displayed under the sword in Chu Mu's hands, mesmerizing the spectators. Brother Chu's swordsmanship is so profound. Fu Chaochen's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. Wang Yu's brows were tightly knitted together as his expression became even more solemn. Through the battle between Chu Mu and Long Zun, he realized that Chu Mu seemed to be even more difficult to deal with than Long Zun. No matter what, the championship will belong to me. Wang Yu clenched her fists and said to herself, if he became the champion, he would be able to enter the Long Yuan pool to cultivate. He was 100% confident that he would be able to successfully break through to the fourth heavenly layer of creation realm. Moreover, the strength of his body would also be significantly improved. This was extremely useful for a swordsman like him who specialized in defense. Once his cultivation broke through to the fourth firmament of creation realm, he planned to consolidate his cultivation before heading to the primordial battlefield. Therefore, he had to win the championship this time. Every strike of Chu Mu's contained earth-shaking power. After countless high-frequency collisions, the sword in Long Zun's hand was constantly vibrating. His hand was also vibrating and gradually became numb, making it difficult for him to gather his strength. Chu Mu's grasp of battle timing had already reached an astonishing level. He could see Long Zun's current state at a glance. He secretly thought that this was a good opportunity. The sword in his left hand stabbed out again. This time it was not fast, but rather slow. Moreover, it was infused with the power of the rules of water, causing the sword to become gentle and entangled. Together with the imperial sword technique, it entangled Long Zun. The sword in his right hand accumulated power. The rules of gold and the rules of wind were infused into it once again as the sword slashed out. Sword skill, wind slashing sword. The sword struck the weak spot of Long Zun's sword, like a snake's weak spot. The sword trembled and almost flew out of Long Zun's hand. The sword in Chu Mu's left hand turned into a bolt of lightning, streaking across the sky and piercing Long Zun's heart. The power penetrated the inner armor and surged into Long Zun's heart, causing him to feel a piercing pain. He could not help but take 2 steps back. Chu Mu's right hand sword struck again. Defeated, the true Dragon Emperor thought. Long Zun was his son. He naturally hoped that his son would win. However, hope was hope and reality was reality. Although Long Zun was defeated, he was happy to see the rise of a genius with his own eyes. This was his temperament as an emperor. Brother Chu, I will defeat you in the future. Senior Dragon put away his sword and put his hands behind his back while slightly trembling. He smiled and said to Chu Mu, The result will be the same. Chu Mu said with a smile. Chu Mu and Long Zun battle. Chu Mu wins. After an hour of rest, Long Zun will battle Wang Yu again. The old man in the sky said. In this battle, Chu Mu and Long Zun had given it their all. They had consumed a lot of energy and needed to recover. Otherwise, it would be very unfair for them to battle Wang Yu. Although the battle was over, everyone was still thinking about it. After a while, they focused on the battle between the intermediate sword of Gojosian group and the advanced sword of Gojosian group. The battle between the advanced sword of Gojosian group was very exciting. The intermediate and advanced sword of Gojosian group were not inferior. Their battle was also nearing the end. At this moment, the advanced sword of Gojosian group had one last battle left on the Rising Dragon Arena. The first champion was about to be born. While Chu Mu was recovering, he was also watching the battle between the advanced sword of Gojosian group. There were two advanced sword of Gojosian. One was an 8-star sword of Gojosian, and the other was a 9-star sword of Gojosian. But at this moment, they were evenly matched. The power of their sword techniques was shockingly strong. To be able to live and raise their cultivation to the 8th or 9th heavens of creation realm, the 8-star sword of Gojosian and the 9-star sword of Gojosian had experienced countless life and death battles. Because working behind closed doors could not increase one's cultivation and strength. Countless battles of life and death had forged his extraordinary combat experience, and his combat awareness had been tempered thousands of times. This made the battle between the two advanced sword of Gojosian extremely exciting. Although the difference between their cultivation and strength was like the difference between heaven and earth, it did not stop Chu Mu from watching and learning useful things from their battle. Before the half-hour break was over, the battle between the advanced sword of Gojosian group on the Rising Dragon Arena between the 8-star sword of Gojosian and the 9-star sword of Gojosian group had ended. After a long and intense battle, the 8-star sword of Gojosian finally defeated the 9-star sword of Gojosian and became the final victor of the advanced sword of Gojosian group, becoming the first champion of this Rising Dragon tournament. Xiao Bieli! Xiao Bieli! The audience cheered, cheering for the 8-star sword of Gojosian, who had become the champion. Xiao Bieli! Chu Mu repeated this name. To be able to stand out among so many 8-star and 9-star sword of Gojosian and defeat a powerful 9-star sword of Gojosian. This 8-star sword of Gojosian, called Xiao Bieli, was indeed very strong. The battle between the intermediate sword of Gojosian group continued. After an hour, Chu Mu and Long Zun's strength had completely recovered. This battle was between Long Zun and Wang Yu. Facing Long Zun, Wang Yu did not dare to relax. The moment he landed on the Rising Dragon Arena, he immediately assumed a defensive posture. The blade of his sword was as wide as a palm. He held it horizontally in front of him with a majestic aura, like a heavy mountain. It was very stable and indestructible. Wang Yu knew that in terms of offense, he was inferior to Long Zun. Naturally, he had to use his strength to match Long Zun's strength. This battle was yet another head-on clash between the two of them. In fact, the battle wasn't that exciting. That was because Wang Yu had adopted a defensive posture. Basically, all the techniques he used were defensive. As for Long Zun, he attacked without restraint. Only by breaking through Wang Yu's defense would he be able to defeat him. This battle between Wang Yu and Long Zun was equivalent to a contest of strength and stamina. Whoever exhausted their strength first would lose. Chu Mu retracted his gaze and narrowed his eyes. He focused on Wang Yu's every move. No matter the result of the battle, whether it was Long Zun or Wang Yu, he still had to fight Wang Yu. Know your enemy and you will never be defeated. If he wanted to obtain a better victory, he naturally had to find Wang Yu's weakness and use his strength to attack. He had to defeat his opponent in a shorter time. It had to be said that Wang Yu's moves were very simple, but they were simple after being tempered thousands of times. They went from complex to simple, containing his blood, sweat, and tears. The trajectory and position of the sword did not seem to change much, but there was in fact something profound about it. It was better to disperse the force and resist Long Zun's violent attacks. The true dragon break bombarded Wang. Use body with full force. Wang Yu also used a defensive sword skill to resist. Long Zun was sent flying backwards. Suddenly his figure rotated and aimed at Long Zun, using the 9 profound rising dragon break. The 9 profound rising dragon break was an attack that went from bottom to top. However, Long Zun had changed it, changing it into a straight line. The 3 revolutions caused the sword intent, sword yuan, 3 types of power of laws, and the power of his body to become even more condensed. They all gathered at one point, and as if they could destroy everything, they turned into a golden dragon that charged towards Wang Yu in a mighty manner, destroying the universe. Wang Yu's face was solemn. He slightly squatted down with his legs spread apart. He lowered his waist and lowered his center of gravity. His broadsword was placed horizontally in front of him. Incomparably sharp light shot out from his eyes. A mysterious yellow-brown aura wrapped around him. It was heavy and steady, as if it had turned into an ancient mountain. The strongest attack against the strongest defense. Everyone widened their eyes to see if Long Zun would break through Wang Yu's defense, or if Wang Yu would withstand Long Zun's attack. With a boom, the golden dragon had heavily bombarded Wang Yu's broadsword. A yellow-brown barrier appeared and firmly blocked Long Zun's attack. Again, with a roar, Long Zun's strength erupted once more. His body actually rotated once more. With just one rotation, the golden dragon's strength became even more condensed. Its concentrated power became even more tyrannical. With a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the yellow-brown barrier, causing Wang Yu's face to change drastically. With the yellow-brown barrier broken, there was only a trace of the golden dragon left. It rushed forward and pressed Wang Yu's broadsword against his chest. Under the terrifying impact, Wang Yu's feet slid back, creating ear-piercing creaking sounds and leaving 2 charred tracks. Come on, come on. Almost everyone was cheering in their hearts. Some hoped that Long Zun would win, while others hoped that Wang Yu would win. The current confrontation was the key to victory for both of them. Long Zun clenched his teeth and used all his strength to continuously attack. Wang Yu also clenched his teeth and used all his strength to continuously defend. Their muscles swelled and their robes were torn apart like butterflies fluttering in the wind. Chapter 1062. The Rising Dragon Arena was like a storm. Long Zun and Wang Yu's robes were torn to shreds, revealing their golden and brown inner armor that clung tightly to their skin and accentuated their bulging muscles. Both of them gritted their teeth, their faces ferocious. Their eyes were wide and bloodshot as they continuously exerted their strength. Long Zun wanted to defeat Wang Yu, while Wang Yu wanted to hold Long Zun back and exhaust him. Everyone was nervous. If Long Zun won, there would be no suspense as to who would become the champion. If Long Zun lost, there would be a fierce battle. The competition of strength had escalated to a competition of will. Whoever gave in first would lose. Wang Yu lowered his waist and got off his horse. His feet seemed to have become one with the rising dragon platform, steady and unmoving like a mountain. The muscles on Long Zun's arms swelled, making his arms look thicker than usual. Dragon roars could be heard as his chi and blood surged. Long Zun's body was surrounded by dragon-shaped chi. He had already activated the power of his true dragon bloodline to the extreme. Zun Er's control of the power of his bloodline is only at the entry level. The true dragon emperor shook his head slightly. At this moment, Wang Yu's body swayed slightly in the face of Long Zun's explosive attack. He shifted his feet slightly and weakened Long Zun's explosive attack. Then, taking advantage of Long Zun's unprepared state, the power that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly erupted. It was as if the world was collapsing as he charged forward. Wang Yu's charging force reached its peak and immediately bounced Long Zun away. Then he took a step forward and stomped on the ground. The entire Rising Dragon arena seemed to shake. Wang Yu charged forward like a primordial beast. His shoulder was like a primordial demonic bear that could destroy mountains. He slammed heavily into Long Zun's chest. Long Zun, who had not yet recovered from the impact, staggered backwards. Wang Yu's figure paused. Under the powerful inertia, he raised his sword and chopped down. It was as if a mountain had fallen from the sky. Long Zun's expression changed drastically. He barely managed to use the strength that he had just recovered to resist. With a loud bang, he was sent flying. The sword in his hand trembled violently, and his blood and qi churned. He could not help but spit out blood. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Dragon Sovereign's strength seemed to have been spat out as well, rapidly weakening. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and mustered up the last of his strength to strike again. With a loud rumble, the ground of the Rising Dragon arena seemed to shatter. The shock wave from the collision sent Long Zun flying again. Huff! Huff! The sound of breathing that was like a bellows sounded out from Wang Yu's mouth. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and the veins on his hand that held the sword bulged. If it wasn't for his strong will, he would have wanted to sit down and rest for a while. The muscles all over his body were extremely sore. At this point, Wang Yu was completely exhausted. Long Zun was lying on the Rising Dragon arena with his limbs spread out, breathing heavily. If he could stand up and counterattack, he might be able to defeat Wang Yu. At this point, Long Zun was powerless to stand up, while Wang Yu was still able to stand. Although it was very difficult, he had still won. The Dragon Sovereign had first lost to Chu Mu's sword and now lost to Wang Yu's sword. He had already lost the qualifications to compete for the championship. The final champion would be born between Chu Mu and Wang Yu. Up until now, the competition had been very unexpected. First, the big dark horse, Chu Mu, had risen. Then Long Zun, who was thought to be the most likely to win the championship, had been defeated by Chu Mu and Wang Yu. Indeed, the world was unpredictable. After the battle with Long Zun, Wang Yu was also exhausted. Naturally, he couldn't fight with Chu Mu right away. He had obtained an hour to rest. No matter if he fully recovered within the hour, he had to fight on the arena. The consumption was too great. Wang Yu had to make use of every breath to recover. The advanced sword of Gojosian Group's matches had long ended. The champion had been decided. The intermediate sword of Gojosian Group was also in the final match to determine the champion. The two 6-star sword of Gojosian were locked in an intense battle. It seemed that the victor wouldn't be decided in a short period of time. Chu Mu's essence, energy, and spirit were at their peak. He was watching the battle between the two 6-star sword of Gojosian and replaying the battle between Wang Yu and Long Zun. He was analyzing Wang Yu's fighting style and so on. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. In Chu Mu's analysis, Wang Yu should have also cultivated some kind of powerful body refining technique, which made his body very tyrannical. His strength and explosive power were astonishing. Replaying the battle bit by bit, analyzing it bit by bit, time passed by bit. The intermediate sword of Gojosian Group's matches had ended. The final champion was the 6-star sword of Gojosian, named Long Yu. She was a female sword of Gojosian. Now, only the lower sword of Gojosian Group's matches were left. Chu Mu versus Wang Yu. Half an hour had passed. Wang Yu opened his eyes. They shone brightly, but they were instantly restrained. There was a heavy feeling. He got up and stood at the center of the Rising Dragon arena, as if he was the center of the entire venue. Chu Mu's figure flickered and landed lightly on the Rising Dragon arena, facing Wang Yu. Without the elder's announcement, the match had already begun. "The champion is mine." Wang Yu said these words in a very deep and powerful voice. He raised his sword as if he was swearing an oath. He slashed out, and a shock wave of crushed stones rolled towards Chu Mu. Under the sword intent of earth, Wang Yu's sword technique was very heavy. Chu Mu's figure flickered, dodging the sword technique. He slashed out with his sword, and a green wind blade broke through the air. Under the inextinguishable sword intent, the green wind blade had a sense of immortality. The wind blade broke through the air and shot towards Wang Yu. Chu Mu's attack also followed. Half an hour was enough for Chu Mu to clearly simulate the battle with Wang Yu in his mind. Chu Mu had also analyzed Wang Yu's fighting style. How to dodge, how to counterattack, and how to attack were all simulated by Chu Mu. The rules of body fusion made his figure ethereal. He was silent, and it was impossible to capture his trajectory. Wang Yu's expression changed. He could not capture Chu Mu's trajectory, and it was difficult for him to effectively defend. Two swords appeared in his hands. The swords moved swiftly and silently, attacking from different angles. Wang Yu was most adept at defense and was least afraid of frontal attacks. For example, Long Zun ultimately lost to Wang Yu. Yet, what Chu Mu was using right now wasn't a violent frontal attack. Instead, he was attacking from all sorts of blind spots with unpredictable and mysterious swords. This caused Wang Yu to feel as if he couldn't defend against it. The two swords were like a storm, penetrating all openings, and endless sword light poured out. Every sword contained the inextinguishable sword intent, the power of the rules, and the divine wilderness sword essence. It was also integrated with Chu Mu's unique earthquake energy, which was incomparably powerful. Wang Yu held his sword with both hands and barely managed to block again and again. His feet seemed to be rooted to the rising dragon platform, and he stood firm. But in the face of Chu Mu's attacks, his defense became more and more difficult, and he paled in comparison. This was Chu Mu's strategy. Wang Yu was best at fighting head-on battles. If he wanted to defeat him as quickly as possible, he could only use a method that he was not good at, and that was a flexible way of fighting. Under Chu Mu's unceasing attacks, Wang Yu's footsteps finally retreated. The moment he retreated, it was as if his connection with the rising dragon platform had been cut off. In the face of Chu Mu's stormy attacks, he kept retreating, like a rootless duckweed. It seems that the champion will fall on Chu Mu's head. Indeed, the original expectation had turned into a matter of course. In the battle between Chu Mu and Wang Yu, Chu Mu had already gained the upper hand. Victory seemed to be only a matter of time. Exquisite sword techniques, changeable fighting style, the eyes of the true Dragon Emperor and the old man in the sky lit up. Wang Yu was swaying left and right. His best defense, under Chu Mu's erratic sword techniques, seemed to be useless. His sword changed more than 10 times in an instant, breaking Wang Yu's defensive sword. Another sword pierced out, impossible to guard against, piercing Wang Yu's chest. Under the shock of the terrifying power, it passed through the inner armor and blasted into the body, causing Wang Yu's face to change greatly. The opportunity had been lost. What was left was Chu Mu's performance. His body was light as a feather, as if weightless, surrounding Wang Yu, constantly attacking from all angles. The feeling of powerlessness was entangled in his heart. Wang Yu was shocked and angry. He wanted to burst out and counterattack, but he could not find the opportunity. He could not even catch Chu Mu's figure. He wanted to give up and admit defeat, but he could not swallow his anger. But no matter how complicated Wang Yu's heart was, in the end, he was defeated by Chu Mu's sword. To be able to fight head-on, to be able to fight with guerrilla warfare, this junior. The true Dragon Emperor's eyes widened, secretly wondering why Chu Mu was not from the true Dragon dynasty. I lost. Wang Yu's heart was heavy. It was completely different from before when he announced loudly that the champion is mine. At this point, the true Dragon dynasty's once-in-a-century rising dragon pageant had come to an end. The 3 champions of the sword of Gojosian group had all appeared. High-level sword of Gojosian group was Xiao Bieli. Mid-level sword of Gojosian group was Long Yu. Low-level, sort of Gojosian group was Chu Mu. The true Dragon Emperor was helpless. Out of the 3 champions, only Long Yu was from the true Dragon Dynasty. Xiao Bieli and Chu Mu were not from the true Dragon Dynasty. No matter what, the champions of the 3 groups had appeared. Although they were not from the true Dragon Dynasty, it did not stop the true Dragon Emperor from thinking of recruiting them. But this was a matter for later. At this point, the Rising Dragon pageant had come to an end. But it was not completely over, because there was still one last segment. 2 hours. Chu Mu's group of 3 had obtained 2 hours of time to adjust their breathing so that their essence, energy, and spirit would reach their peak state. The true Dragon Emperor was also preparing to open the Dragon Yuan Pond. The Dragon Yuan Pond was the true Dragon Dynasty's treasure trove. It was a very important cultivation ground. It was rarely opened because each time it was opened, it would consume a lot of energy. After that, it would take a long time to recover, at least 100 years. The last time the Dragon Yuan Pond was opened was 300 years ago. Now that it had accumulated 300 years of energy, it was very dense. Cultivating inside would definitely bring great benefits. The 3 rising dragon stages shook and slowly sank down, disappearing from sight. Then the flat ground began to crack. Chapter 1063. A whistling sound rang out from all directions. Boundless heaven and earth yuan qi surged in from all directions, like rivers flowing into the sea, alarming all the swordsmen in the Rising Dragon League. The Long Yuan Pond is about to open. This is the first time I've seen the Long Yuan Pond open. Many disciples of the true Dragon Dynasty were pleasantly surprised. The opening of the Long Yuan Pond was a grand occasion. The dragons in the sky above the palaces of the true Dragon Dynasty let out dragon roars, shaking the sky and earth. Boundless natural energies gathered from all directions, eventually converging into streams of dragon-shaped streams of energy above the rising dragon platform. The streams of energy roared loudly as they dove down one after another, drilling into the ground beneath the rising dragon platform. The cracked ground of the rising dragon stage stabilized. As the ground of the rising dragon arena cracked open, an incomparably dense aura gushed out. Boundless natural yuan qi condensed into the shape of a dragon, penetrating into the cracked ground of the rising dragon platform. Following that, a pool of water gradually rose. The blood-red pool was not very big, about 10 meters by 10 meters in size. The blood-red pool looked very viscous, like mercury. When all the yuan qi of heaven and earth entered the pool, the water rippled endlessly. Layers upon layers of ripples spread out. Countless bubbles popped out and countless cyclones appeared. It looked like the blood-red pool was about to boil. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless small dragons swimming in the blood-red pool. The 3 champions can enter the Long Yuan Pond to cultivate. The true Dragon Emperor waved his hand and said, Xiao Bieli, Long Yu, and Chu Mu moved. They came from 3 different directions and floated above the Long Yuan Pond. Chu Mu immediately felt the majestic energy emitted by the Long Yuan Pond. It contained a faint pressure, the pressure of a dragon. Not only is the Dragon Origin Ponds water-rich and pure in strength, it can also raise cultivation. It also contains a special dragon's power that can refine the body, causing it to become even stronger. Chu Mu thought to himself as he descended. With a splash, Chu Mu, Xiao Bieli, and Long Yu fell into the blood-red viscous liquid of the Long Yuan Pond. This was in front of everyone. However, none of them cared. If others had such an opportunity, they wouldn't care either. In fact, they would look forward to it. After all, it wasn't something shameful. On the contrary, it was the honor of being the champion. Once he entered the Long Yuan pool, his body was immediately enveloped by the blood-red pool water. Pure and extremely rich yuan power frantically gushed into his body from all directions. Huge yuan qi filled their meridians. Chu Mu quickly channeled the divine wilderness sword art and began to cultivate. The divine wilderness sword essence left his dantian and entered his meridians. It swept away the majestic yuan qi that was constantly flowing into his body and quickly transformed it into divine wilderness sword essence. It caused the amount of divine wilderness sword essence to continuously increase. Ever since his dantian had undergone a mutation, Chu Mu had not cultivated the divine wilderness sword essence to the peak of the early second sky of creation realm. This was because his dantian had expanded and its capacity had increased by 10 times. The quality had also increased by 10 times. In addition, the energy he absorbed wasn't enough and the speed of transformation wasn't fast enough. It wasn't easy to fill it up, but now it was completely different. He didn't need to take the initiative to absorb it. The rich and pure energy continuously flowed into his body from all parts of his body and filled his meridians. It caused Chu Mu's meridians to feel bloated. Under the divine wilderness sword essence's transportation, the rich and pure energy seemed to be half-willingly refined. Unknowingly, it increased Chu Mu's refining speed. Every time the divine wilderness sword essence completed a full cycle and returned to his dantian, the divine wilderness sword essence, C, in his dantian would expand. The growth was very obvious. At this rate, Chu Mu felt that he would soon be able to cultivate to the peak of the early second sky of creation realm. Then he would successfully break through to the intermediate second sky of creation realm. Before that, he would need to spend a long time. As the rich and pure yuan power flowed into his body, Chu Mu also felt a strange energy faintly entering his body. But this energy was very tenacious and condensed. It was not affected by the yuan power at all. Instead, it flowed in his body by itself. Everywhere it passed, Chu Mu only felt a twitching sensation. It was both numb and painful. It was very strange. This is the power of the dragon. Chu Mu could not help but think to himself. He could feel that wherever the fine and condensed energy passed, his body would be affected and strengthened. With a thought, Chu Mu thought of the heavenly desolate sword body cultivation technique. He immediately split his attention into two. He cultivated the divine wilderness sword art while activating the heavenly desolate sword body. As expected, once the heavenly desolate sword body was activated, the speed of absorption of the power of the dragon clearly increased. The numb and painful feeling all over his body also became more intense, but it was still within a tolerable range. The three of them were distributed in 3 different parts of the long yuan pond, not interfering with each other. The blood-red viscous water of the long yuan pond was decreasing at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. Watching others cultivate, especially when only their heads were exposed outside the blood-red water, was boring and not exciting at all. But those who knew about the long yuan pond began to discuss. I remember that the highest record of people who entered the long yuan pond to cultivate was 16 hours. The second place was 14 hours, and the third place was 14 hours. So far, in thousands of years, no one has been able to exceed 16 hours. A disciple of the real dragon dynasty proudly boasted. Immediately, many people cast their gazes over. Do you know, besides the majestic and pure yuan power and the power of the dragon, what other characteristics does the long yuan pond have? The disciple of the real dragon dynasty was even more proud when he saw that he was being noticed. What characteristics? Immediately, someone followed his words and asked, "Haha, you've asked the right person." The disciple became even more proud, his nostrils almost pointing to the sky. The water of the long yuan pond is actually formed by yuan power and the power of the dragon. It's so rich and pure that it doesn't need to be actively absorbed. The yuan power and the power of the dragon will automatically enter the body to be absorbed and refined. But the longer it takes, the greater the burden on the body. It's simply impossible to bear. Naturally, one has to leave the long yuan pond to end the cultivation, or one's body will collapse. Everyone understood this principle. It might be easy at the beginning, but as time passed, the burden would become greater and greater. In the end, it would become a battle of willpower. It would only end when one couldn't bear it anymore. In addition, the Long Yuan Pond has another characteristic. The disciple of the real dragon dynasty suddenly said mysteriously, "That is high temperature." The temperature of the Long Yuan Pond will continue to rise, increasing the burden on the body. If one can't bear it, one has to leave. Otherwise, one will be burned to ashes by the increasingly high temperature. Gurgling sounds could be heard once again. Bubbles popped out and burst, and steam surged up. Chu Mu and the other two could already feel that the temperature of the Long Yuan Pond was constantly rising, although the current temperature was still within the tolerable range, and would remain so for a period of time. But as time passed, it would definitely not be able to bear it. Dispelling distracting thoughts, and dividing his mind into two, cultivating the divine wilderness sword art and the heavenly wilderness sword physique at the same time. This was an extremely rare opportunity. No one would complain about having a strong cultivation base, and no one would complain about having a stronger body. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The divine wilderness sword essence in Chu Mu's dantian finally broke through the shackles, reaching the middle stage of the second heaven of creation realm. Now, the amount of sword essence he had was several times more than before, but this was not the end but the beginning. He could still continue to cultivate. For hours had passed. 3 hours had passed. The divine wilderness sword essence in his dantian underwent another change, reaching the peak of the middle stage of the second heaven of creation realm. Then it continued to absorb energy and successfully broke through, reaching the late stage of the second heaven of creation realm. After 6 hours, the temperature of the Long Yuan Pond had reached a high level. It began to make Chu Mu and the other two feel scorching heat from the outside to the inside, and then from the inside to the outside. Chu Mu, Xiaobieli, and Long Yu closed their eyes tightly, completely forgetting everything in the outside world. They were completely immersed in their own cultivation, forgetting everything else. The sword essence constantly rising at a speed that they could feel was undoubtedly a joyous thing, whether it was Chu Mu, Long Yu, or Xiaobieli. Long Yu was a 6-star sword of Gojoseon, and her cultivation was at the peak of the 6th heaven of creation realm. Although she was at the peak, it was not easy to break through to the 7th heaven of creation realm. On the contrary, it was very difficult. Since ancient times, many 6-star sword of Gojoseon had used more than 10 years to successfully break through. It could not be helped. The energy they needed was just too much. As for an 8-star sword of Gojoseon, the amount of sword essence required was more than 100 times that of a 6-star sword of Gojoseon. Long Yu's goal was to borrow the power of the Long Yuan Pond to successfully break through to the 7th heaven of creation realm, stepping into the realm of a high sword of Gojoseon. Xiaobieli's goal was also to borrow the power of the Long Yuan Pond to break through to become a 9-star sword of Gojoseon. As their cultivation rose, their bodies would not fall behind. Both of them cultivated body refinement techniques, and they were able to multitask. Therefore, they circulated their cultivation techniques and body refinement techniques at the same time, cultivating sword essence and body refinement techniques at the same time. They were able to keep pace with each other. In the 4th hour, Chu Mu began to feel a swelling pain in his meridians. His body was constantly being washed by the power of the dragon, and it was painful. It was not pleasant. Long Yu and Xiaobieli felt the same. However, in terms of the strength of their bodies, they were above Chu Mu. Their endurance was naturally stronger than Chu Mu's. As the temperature continued to rise, the color of the three people's skin changed from a normal color to red. They looked like cooked prawns, emitting hot steam. It made the onlookers wonder if they were cooked and ready to eat. After 3 hours of continuous absorption, the water level of the Long Yuan Pond had dropped significantly. Originally, it covered their necks, but now their necks were exposed and they were completely red. Chapter 1064. The high temperature was like countless ants. Even the protective sword aura and inner armor couldn't withstand it. It slowly spread through the skin, drilling into the skin and seeping into the body. His skin, muscles, meridians, bones, and organs were all under the scorching heat. His blood seemed to be boiling, his mouth was dry, and white smoke constantly rose from his body. It felt like his entire body was being roasted over a raging flame. He could vaguely smell the fragrance of his own flesh. It wasn't a good feeling at all. 12 hours. A total of 12 hours had passed. Chu Mu, Xiaobieli, and Long Yu were still in the Longyuan pond. They were constantly resisting the pressure of the pure energy surging into their bodies. They were constantly enduring the rising temperature. Among the three in the Longyuan pond, Xiaobieli's cultivation was the highest, and his physique was also the strongest. In theory, he should be able to withstand the high temperature. However, his absorption speed was the fastest, which led to the increase in temperature and elemental energy load. Long Yu's cultivation and physique were ranked second. Similarly, her elemental energy load was weaker than Xiaobieli's, but stronger than Chu Mu's. However, the ratio was the same. Above their heads, white smoke rose. The blood-red water of the Longyuan pond had decreased to their shoulders. The pure and boundless elemental energy constantly surged into their bodies and filled their meridians. It was faster than the refining speed, and the burden on their meridians was getting stronger and stronger. 12 hours should be about right, the old man muttered to himself. Based on past situations, 12 hours was considered to be the normal standard. To be able to persist for 14 hours was considered top-notch. As for 16 hours, there was only one person in the history of the Longyuan pond. Time slowly passed. To the three in the Longyuan pond, every breath was as long as a day or a month. They were desperately holding on, using their bodies and willpower to hold on. In a flash, another hour passed. At this time, Long Yu began to feel dizzy and couldn't concentrate. She bit the tip of her tongue, and the pain instantly woke her up. She focused her mind and gave up on the cultivation of the body refinement technique. She focused on absorbing the elemental energy of the Longyuan pond. Under the refinement, Zhang Xian felt his dantian swelling up. It was as if his heart was beating rapidly, causing the heavens and earth to churn. Suddenly, a terrifyingly powerful aura burst out from Long Yu's body. It soared into the sky and stirred up the clouds. There seemed to be a dragon's roar. Breakthrough! Many people's eyes lit up. They could see Long Yu's current state. Her cultivation had successfully broken through from the peak of the 6th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer. After breaking through, Long Yu's goal was achieved. Her mind relaxed. Suddenly, a strong sense of dizziness rushed to her head. Her whole body swayed and was about to fall to the side. He had reached his limit. The old man waved his hand, and an invisible force condensed into a palm. He reached down and grabbed Long Yu's body, pulling her away from the Longyuan pond. Long Yu of the intermediate sword of Gojoseon was the first to be unable to hold on. On the contrary, Chu Mu of the low sword of Gojoseon was still persevering, which was quite surprising. However, the fact that the 2-star sword of Gojoseon was able to become the champion was already very surprising. Another surprise was nothing. Ever since Long Yu could no longer hold on, the spectating swordsmen were all focused. They knew that the Longyuan pond's cultivation was about to end. Xiaobieli's face was distorted. His muscles were trembling, and he gradually lost consciousness. The sword energy in his dantian was undergoing a drastic change. It contracted and expanded, then suddenly exploded. A loud explosion resounded, causing Xiaobieli to instantly wake up. An extremely powerful aura that was 100 times stronger than Long Yu's soared into the sky. He broke through. 9-star sword of Gojoseon. After breaking through, Xiaobieli's mind also relaxed. His whole body was shaking. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer. The old man in the sky once again reached out and grabbed, pulling Xiao Bieli out of the Longyuan pond. At this moment, there was still 15 minutes before the 16 hours were up. At this moment, Chu Mu became the center of attention. Big Brother Chu is too powerful, Fu Chaochen secretly said. This two-star sword of Gojosian is truly the biggest dark horse of this rising dragon assembly. The true dragon emperor couldn't help but sigh. The highest cultivation record in the Longyuan pond is 16 hours. Could it be that this two-star sword of Gojosian is going to surpass this record? That's strange. He has already cultivated for more than 14 hours, almost 16 hours. Under normal circumstances, his cultivation should have broken through to the third heaven of creation realm, right? It seems that the cultivation technique that this two-star sword of Gojosian cultivates is extremely profound. He needs even more energy to break through. No one knew what Chu Mu was feeling at this moment. It was extremely uncomfortable. The current him had already reached the limit of what his body could endure. The reason why he could continue was because of his incomparably strong willpower and powerful divine sense. The divine wilderness sword essence in his dantian continued to increase as he cultivated. Now, it had already reached the peak of the second heavenly layer of Fortune Realm. He was just one step away from breaking through to the third heavenly layer of Fortune Realm. Breaking through was Chu Mu's current goal. In order to achieve this goal, he would definitely persevere and continue to persevere. He only felt that his entire body was burning from the depths of his body. Even his consciousness was burning. It was as if he was in a raging fire. It was extremely uncomfortable. His consciousness began to fade, but he still had to persevere. He gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Time passed little by little. The spectating swordsmen were all silently counting in their hearts for Chu Mu. Persevere, do your best to persevere. There's still 60 breaths left. 60 breaths left, and it will be 16 hours. They seemed to be witnessing the birth of a miracle. The power of the dragon unceasingly refined his body, causing Chu Mu's body to unknowingly become increasingly valiant. However, Chu Mu didn't feel anything, because at this moment the pain he was enduring far surpassed the joy brought by the increase in cultivation. Majestic energy constantly surged into his body. The water in the Longyuan pool had now decreased to the point where it only reached the joint of Chu Mu's forearm. After the transformation of his dantian, it had expanded 10 times and become 10 times stronger. The sky desolate sword essence had transformed into divine wilderness sword essence. The quality of the sky desolate sword essence had increased by 10 times. While Chu Mu had obtained great benefits, it had also greatly strengthened his bottleneck, making it even more difficult for him to break through his cultivation. Energy constantly surged into his body and into his meridians. It was constantly absorbed by Chu Mu. The divine wilderness sword essence was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It caused Chu Mu's meridians to emit bursts of swelling pain. The energy was constantly accumulating in order to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation and break through the shackles of his cultivation. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, everyone silently counted in their hearts. 1. When the word 1 rang in their hearts, everyone was about to cheer. If not for the fact that Chu Mu was still in the Longyuan pool, he did not seem to have any intention of collapsing. 16 hours. Chu Mu had already cultivated in the Longyuan pool for 16 hours. He had already caught up to the highest cultivation record in the Longyuan pool. If he continued to persevere, he would be able to break this record. At this moment, the people of the real Dragon Dynasty had all sorts of feelings in their hearts. This was because the person who created the Longyuan pool to cultivate for 16 hours was a disciple of the real Dragon Dynasty. Now he was already a supreme existence in the Saint Realm. The Longyuan pool belonged to the real Dragon Dynasty. In theory, the people who could cultivate in it for the longest should be the people of the real Dragon Dynasty. However, This was not the case this time. The sword of Gojoseon of the real Dragon Dynasty was the first to collapse, accumulating to the point where he could no longer bear it. Suddenly, under the control of Chumu's thoughts, the energy that had accumulated to the limit was like a volcanic eruption. It was as if there were 10,000 horses galloping in his body. Countless thunderbolts rumbled. Tsunamis surged, storms raged, and powerful energy rushed through his meridians. Those meridians seemed to be unable to withstand it and were about to shatter. "Break for me!" At this moment, Chumu became extremely clear-headed. A voice rang in his heart. The divine wilderness sword essence turned into a torrent of magma and rushed over. Vaguely, Chumu seemed to hear the sound of something shattering. The divine wilderness sword essence in his dantian was surging, and a powerful aura of desolation gushed out from his body. What a strange aura! The true Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. It seems that the cultivation technique that this 2-star sword of Gojoseon cultivates is extraordinary. 2-star sword of Gojoseon. No, the current Chumu had successfully broken through from the 2nd heaven of creation realm to the 3rd heaven of creation realm. He was a Samsung sword of Gojoseon. The divine wilderness sword essence at the 3rd heaven of creation realm was several times stronger than the divine wilderness sword essence at the 2nd heaven of creation realm. His overall strength had increased by another step and was even more powerful. Now, in terms of the power of the sword essence, it was comparable to an ordinary 5-star sword of Gojoseon. As long as his sword techniques followed up, Chumu's battle strength would obviously increase. At that time, it would not be impossible for him to defeat a 5-star sword of Gojoseon and contend with an ordinary 6-star sword of Gojoseon. After the breakthrough in cultivation, Chumu also relaxed, but he immediately remembered that he had to continue cultivating and consolidate his cultivation. This was a rare opportunity. Everyone thought that Chumu would not be able to hold on after the breakthrough in cultivation. They did not expect him to hold on and continue cultivating, which shocked them once again. After the breakthrough in cultivation, Chumu's divine sense was even more powerful, and the speed at which he refined the energy in the Longyuan Pond had also increased. The sword essence that had just broken through to the 3rd heaven of creation realm gradually stabilized. Time passed slowly and it felt like a year. After 15 minutes, Chumu's body swayed, and he could not hold on any longer. "I've reached my limit." With that thought, Chumu leaped up, leaving the Longyuan Pond, and rushed into the sky. He flew to the side and landed lightly. He can get up on his own. Everyone was even more shocked. Which one of them hadn't cultivated to the limit and been fished out by others when they couldn't hold on any longer? Chumu was the first one who had persisted for 16 hours and 15 minutes before finally being able to leave the Dragon Yuan Pond by himself. He had created a new record. Chapter 1065, 16 hours and 15 minutes. This was the record that Chumu had set for Long Yuan Chi. It was also the highest record in the history of Long Yuan Chi. At this moment, Chumu was the center of attention. Countless gazes were focused on him. This moment would be remembered and would never be forgotten. Longzuin stared at Chumu as a sense of defeat rose in his heart. Compared to Chumu, he, the most outstanding crown prince in the history of the real Dragon Dynasty, was still not enough. "However, I will not lose to you again." Longzuin clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind to cultivate harder and surpass Chumu. Today's Rising Dragon pageant would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire great chaotic territory and the other great domains. Chumu's name would be mentioned countless times and remembered in the hearts of countless people. At the same time, he would also be noticed by the foreign races. However, Chumu did not care about any of this. He did not even think about it. Right now, he only wanted to have a good rest. The Rising Dragon pageant was over. Chumu was the biggest winner. After the real Dragon Emperor spoke, the Rising Dragon pageant came to an end. However, the crowd was still unsatisfied. After a while, Chumu felt a little better. "Big brother Chu, I have to go. If you come to the ancient god world, we might meet somewhere in the ancient god world." Fu Chaochen said. "All right." Chumu nodded. Fu Chaochen turned and left. After the Rising Dragon pageant ended, Chumu returned to the resting room to have a good rest. Entering the resting room, he stopped all visitors and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. He allowed the power of his spirit sense to recover. Most importantly, the power of his mind to recover. During this time, no one came to disturb Chumu. After recovering, Chumu carefully examined himself. His cultivation had broken through to the early third heavens of creation realm. 15 minutes of cultivation was enough to stabilize his cultivation. Without long yuan qi, it would take at least a few months to stabilize his cultivation. At the third heaven of creation, regardless of quantity or quality, the divine wilderness sword essence was many times stronger than at the second heaven of creation. Following that, Chumu began to inspect his physique. There were 2 uses for cultivating in the Dragon Yuan Pool. The first was the rich and pure elemental energy, which could allow one's cultivation to rise rapidly. The second was the dragon strength, which could strengthen one's physique to a certain extent. Chumu took the initiative to circulate the desolate sky, sword physique, and absorb the dragon force. The efficiency increased, and the strengthening of his body became more obvious. Xiao Chun gently waved his arms and carefully felt the changes in his strength. He shook the muscles in his body to make a more detailed distinction. As he punched out, an astonishing sonic boom immediately rang out. It was as if the fist had opened up a vacuum passage in the void, causing winds and clouds to surge. Compared to before, his physique had improved by at least several times. The strength of one's physique was very important. Especially when one continued to cultivate, the feeling would be even more obvious. Therefore, Chumu was very happy with the improvement of his physique. This meant that his strength would increase by another step. All in all, his harvest from this trip to the Ascending Dragon League was huge. With my current physique, I wonder if I can withstand the power of a top-grade true essence fruit. This thought suddenly appeared in Chumu's mind. If there was a mid-grade true essence fruit with the strength of his current physique, he could easily withstand it. However, he was not sure about a top-grade true essence fruit. Needless to say, a top-grade true essence fruit would cause his meridians to explode as soon as he consumed it. During the trip to the true essence secret realm, Chumu had obtained 500 top-grade true essence fruits. If he consumed all of them, it would be enough for Chumu's cultivation to reach the peak of the third sky of creation realm. He might even break through to the fourth sky of creation realm. He wondered if he should try consuming one now that his physique had improved by several times. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the resting room. Chumu could only temporarily put aside the idea of using a top-grade true essence fruit to try cultivating. He opened the door to the resting room. Outside the door stood Landlord Jiang of the Donghua Tower. As for Xie Ronghua, who had also come to participate in the competition, he felt embarrassed after being eliminated in the second round and left on his own. "Young Master Chu, congratulations, congratulations." Landlord Jiang's face was full of smiles as he cupped his hands and said to Chumu, "Congratulations to you as well." Chumu smiled slightly and said, he was not being polite. He was indeed congratulating Chumu because Chumu had participated in the Rising Dragon competition as a swordsman of the Donghua Tower. In the end, he had won the championship. The Donghua Tower would also be rewarded because of this, especially Landlord Jiang, who had brought Chumu here. It's all thanks to young Master Chu. Speaking of this, Landlord Jiang's face was flushed. He had received a great reward. This reward was enough to greatly shorten the time he needed to break through. In a short time, he would definitely be able to break through to the 7-star sword of Gojosian. When his strength increased, his status would also increase. However, this reward was not the most important. To him, the greatest reward was being transferred back to the true dragon dynasty to take up a post. He was a swordsman, but he was not the kind of swordsman who pursued strength wholeheartedly. This is all thanks to young Master Chu. Please accept this pill. Landlord Jiang took out a jade box. Inside the jade box there was a pill. Chu Mu opened it and took a look. First, a faint fragrance of a pill wafted out. Then he saw a round, jade-green pearl inside the jade box. It was a pill. There were faintly discernible patterns on it. It looked very profound. Chu Mu could vaguely hear the sound of tides. It was as if the tides of the sea were rising and falling. Could this be? Chu Mu's mind spun. Suddenly, the information about the pill that looked like the one in front of him appeared in his mind. That's right. This is the title pill, Landlord Jiang said. It is also one of the rewards I received this time. Landlord Jiang, this pill is too precious. Chu Mu handed the jade box back. The title pill was an extremely precious pill. It was most suitable for making breakthroughs in one's cultivation. In the cultivation of a swordsman, breaking through between major realms was often the most difficult. For example, Landlord Jiang had been at the peak of the 6-star sword of Gojosian for more than 10 years. However, he still could not make a breakthrough. With this title pill, Landlord Jiang would be able to break through very quickly and become a 7-star sword of Gojosian. A 7-star sword of Gojosian would become an advanced sword of Gojosian, surpassing an intermediate sword of Gojosian. No, young Master Chu. Other than this, I have other rewards. To me, that reward is the most important. Landlord Jiang hurriedly pushed the jade box back. He really did want the title pill. However, he knew that the reason he was able to obtain this reward was all because of Chu Mu. Therefore, he had to make a choice. Seeing Landlord Jiang's sincerity, Chu Mu did not refuse and accepted the title pill. Speaking of which, when his cultivation reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of fortune, he could take this title pill and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Otherwise, with the current state of his dantian, it would be very difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Thinking back, if it were not for Long Yuanqi's help, who knew when he would be able to make a breakthrough. Seeing Chu Mu accept the title pill, Landlord Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. He would always feel like he owed Chu Mu a favor. Young Master Chu, it won't be long before the true Dragon Emperor summons you. Landlord Jiang relaxed and started chatting. Chu Mu smiled. This might be the case. After all, he could be considered the biggest winner of this rising dragon pageant. After chatting for a while, Landlord Jiang got up and left. He had to make a trip back to Donghua Tower to sort things out before coming to the true dragon dynasty to take up his post. As for Chu Mu, he stayed in the waiting room and thought about the direction of his cultivation. The improvement of one's cultivation was very important. If Chu Mu's cultivation reached the 9th heavenly layer of fortune, with the power of his divine wilderness sword essence and his mutated dantian, he would definitely be invincible in terms of sword essence. However, if he wanted to cultivate to the 9th heavenly layer of fortune, he did not know how much energy he would have to absorb and how much time he would have to spend. Moreover, one's strength was not determined by one's cultivation alone. Other than cultivation, there were also sword techniques, battle experience, battle techniques, secret techniques, and all sorts of other methods that could be used. Chu Mu's cultivation direction was more than that of an ordinary swordsman. Naturally, he had to take care of more things. However, there had to be a choice and a sequence. Now that his cultivation had reached the early stage of the 3rd heavenly layer of fortune, the quality and quantity of his sword essence were comparable to that of an ordinary 5th heavenly layer of fortune. However, he had only mastered 5 types of power of rules. Of course, compared to the Samsung sword of Gojosian, 5 types of power of rules were not considered small. However, Chu felt that the sword techniques he had mastered were not powerful enough and were not diverse enough. Having seen the secret of the sword, he had a feeling that the secret of the sword was the true sword technique. Chu did not know exactly how it was. Currently, his understanding of the secret of the sword was only at a superficial level. He needed more knowledge. More knowledge needed to be read and experienced. It was obviously not enough to sit here and think about it. Just as Chu was thinking, someone knocked on the door outside the resting room. When Chu opened the door, he saw someone from the True Dragon dynasty standing outside. He had come on the orders of the True Dragon Emperor to invite Chu. The reason was simple. The True Dragon Emperor had specially set up a banquet to invite the champion of the Rising Dragon Assembly. Apart from the champion, Crown Prince Long Zun would also be present. As soon as he was invited, a thought flashed through Chu's mind. However, he was not sure if it would work. He would take it one step at a time. Riding the Tiger Dragon carriage, he flew across the sky towards the True Dragon Palace, where the True Dragon Emperor resided. This was his treatment as a distinguished guest of the True Dragon dynasty. Ordinary people were not qualified to ride the Tiger Dragon carriage. One had to know that the Emperor of the True Dragon dynasty rode on a flood dragon chariot, while the princes and princesses rode on a tiger flood dragon chariot. Chu riding on a tiger flood dragon chariot was enough to show the importance the True Dragon Emperor placed on him. Of course, there were differences between the tiger dragon carriages. For example, Crown Prince Long Zun's tiger dragon carriage was pulled by 9 tiger dragons. Chu's carriage was pulled by 8 tiger dragons. This was the same treatment as the True Dragon dynasty's first prince and second prince. As for Xiao, Bieli, and Long Yu's carriage, it was a 7-headed tiger dragon carriage. Chu didn't care about this. In his opinion, this was just a false reputation. What was useful to him was the most practical. Chapter 1066. In the vast void, the boundless starry sky was dotted with stars. Countless planets floated in the dark and deep universe. The darkness outside the planets was filled with countless rays of colorful light. It was extremely dangerous. Within the dark void, a gigantic door stood alone. It had existed since time immemorial and was indestructible. The gigantic door was 100,000 feet tall. If it was placed anywhere in the supreme ancient immortal realms, it would definitely be a colossal existence. It was akin to a gigantic mountain, causing people to look up at it in awe. However, this gigantic door seemed so tiny and insignificant in the boundless starry space. Around the huge door, dense starlight flickered. It was very bright and beautiful, like a treasure of the starry sky. This was the Starry Sky Transfer Gate. It was connected to the immemorial battlefield, which was the Starry Sky Transfer Gate from the immemorial world to the Sword God Hall in the West Tiger region of the immemorial world. It was located in the Demon Sword Star region of the 4 great star regions of the human race in the ancient God world. Under the Starry Sky Teleportation Gate, there was a 1,000-meter-long battleship. The battleship was completely black and covered with golden lines. It was shaped like a giant sword and exuded an astonishing cold pressure. It was like a giant beast that was entrenched in space. The portal began to flicker, and one figure after another emerged from it. In a flash, they entered the giant sword battleship. Then, the giant sword battleship shuddered and started up. It quickly turned around and flew towards the nearest planet of life that was closest to the portal. The speed of the huge sword battleship kept increasing. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 10 times the speed of sound and reached 100 times the speed of sound. It kept increasing. 200 times the speed of sound, 300 times the speed of sound, until it reached 2,000 times the speed of sound. Such a terrifying speed was something that absolutely didn't exist in the immemorial world. With such a speed, the surrounding environment would be completely destroyed, causing a terrifying spatial storm. It was definitely a world-destroying calamity, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. However, in the boundless starry sky. Such speed was like a small stone thrown into the sea. It couldn't even cause a ripple. It couldn't affect the surroundings at all. In the huge sword battleship, there were thousands of Sword of Gojosian. They all came from the West Tiger region of the immemorial world and the many human territories under the West Tiger region. Thousands of Sword of Gojosian stayed in the great sword battleship, and each of them was assigned a room. Chu Mu was among the many Sword of Gojosian. During the trip to the Great Chaos Territory, he participated in the True Dragon Dynasty's Rising Dragon Grand Assembly and won the championship of the low-level Sword of Gojosian group. He entered the Dragon Yuan pool to cultivate and broke through to the early stage of the third sky of fortune. His physique also became several times stronger due to the strengthening of the dragon's power. After that, the True Dragon Emperor held a banquet and invited the champions of the three groups and important officials of the dynasty. Then he tried to rope in Chu Mu and Xiao Bieli, hoping that they could join the True Dragon Dynasty and become its disciples. He promised them all kinds of benefits. In the end, Xiao Bieli agreed, but Chu Mu rejected. After rejecting, he naturally didn't ask for anything in order to avoid owing a favor. After the banquet, Chu Mu left the True Dragon Dynasty and the Great Chaos Territory. He was ambushed by the mutated races. The mutated races wouldn't allow such a genius to grow. Fortunately, Chu Mu's cultivation had broken through, and his physique had strengthened several times. His strength had increased several times, allowing him to survive several ambushes from the mutated races and kill many of their king-level experts. He successfully left the Great Chaos Territory and returned to the West Tiger region. The West Tiger region was a large territory of the human race. It was heavily guarded, and the mutated races didn't have any chance to ambush him, unless they planned to invade the West Tiger region and start a war with it. Chu Mu was considered to have survived. After several ambushes, each one was more dangerous than the last. In the end, he survived with heavy injuries. Chu Mu quickly went into seclusion to recuperate. After coming out, he went straight to the West Tiger Sword Shrine. The annual interstellar teleportation gate was about to open. After paying 1,000,000 high-grade crystals, he entered the interstellar teleportation gate with several thousand other Sword of Gojosian. They arrived at the ancient battlefield, which was the ancient god world. Among the thousands of sword kings, some were like Chu Mu, entering the ancient god realm for the first time, while some were not entering the ancient god realm for the first time. They were clearly familiar with the place, unlike Chu Mu, who was a newbie. Staying in the room of the enormous sword battleship, one could see the scenery outside through the transparent round window. The dark and deep universe was vast and boundless. Countless stars twinkled and shone brightly. Multicolored cosmic rays were densely packed together, like a meteor shower that streaked through the void. It was incomparably magnificent, dazzling Chu Mu and causing him to exclaim in amazement. Even though it wasn't the first time for some Sword of Gojosian to come to the ancient god world, they were often surprised by the scenery in front of them. Before coming, Chu Mu had done his homework. He knew that the ancient god world was actually a starry sky with countless stars. However, when he entered and saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He was distracted for a moment. He was immersed in this shock for a while before he slowly woke up. It was hard to imagine that there was such a world in the center of the ancient god world. For a moment, his mind was shaken, and he couldn't control himself. Rumor has it that a long, long time ago, the gods of the various races led the experts of the deities Templar and erupted in a great war at the center of the immemorial world. It lasted for hundreds of years and was incomparably tragic. Countless experts were killed and the gods fell. The center of the immemorial world was completely shattered under the Great War, causing void storms and chaotic laws. After countless years of evolution, the laws were once again perfected, forming a world of its own. The shattered land was condensed, forming stars. The experts who survived the Great War back, then survived with great difficulty, multiplied and prospered again, forming the ancient god world. Various thoughts flashed through Chu Mu's mind. These were the things he learned when he did his homework. The origin of the ancient god world was, of course, more complicated. What Chu Mu knew was only the simplest part. The current ancient god world was very strange. It could be said that it was located in the center of the ancient god world, but it was above the ancient god world. It formed a world of its own. The space inside was countless times larger than the entire ancient god world. It was really strange. Moreover, the laws of the ancient god world were more complete than those of the ancient god world. When Chu Mu first passed through the space transmission gate, he didn't notice it. Now that he was awake, he felt that the laws of the ancient god world were many times stronger than those of the ancient god world. He wasn't too surprised because he already knew about this from the homework he did before. It was also because the laws were more complete than those of the ancient god world that the sword of Gojoseon, who entered the ancient god world for the first time, couldn't use their own power of the rules. They needed time to adapt and let the power of the rules they had mastered be slowly supplemented and perfected. Only when it was compatible with the power of the rules of the ancient god world could it display its power. Chu Mu tried to communicate with the power of the rules in his spiritual world and found that the communication was normal and unaffected. However, the power of the rules couldn't be displayed, as if it was suppressed by some kind of force. The power of the rules can't be displayed. My strength has decreased greatly. Chu Mu withdrew his gaze from the boundless starry sky and muttered to himself. Although the power of the rules couldn't be displayed for the time being, the impact on his strength was very obvious. First of all, he couldn't use his various sword skills. Fortunately, Chu Mu's physique was very strong. Even if he only used his physique to fight, he could still kill an ordinary Samsung, sort of Gojoseon. If he combined it with the pure and majestic divine wilderness sword essence, killing an ordinary 4-star sort of Gojoseon was not impossible. However, facing a 5-star sort of Gojoseon, it was probably impossible. Fortunately, it was only temporary. According to Chu Mu's understanding of the situation, after arriving at the transit planet and entering the transit hall, he could quickly perfect his power of the rules to the extent that it could be compatible with the laws of the ancient god world. At that time, the power of the rules could be used again, and because it was more complete, its power would increase. For example, Fu Chaochin, with his cultivation at the second heaven of creation, was able to defeat many top geniuses at the peak of the third heaven of creation in the ancient god, sword of Gojoseon. Other than the power of the meteor's 7 deadly swords that he had mastered and the power of the rules that he cultivated was profound, it was also because the power of the rules was more complete and more powerful. Of course, entering the ancient god world would also be affected by the laws of the ancient god world, causing the power of the rules to decrease. Otherwise, Fu Chaochin's strength would be even more powerful. The great sword battleship flew at 5,000 times the speed of sound. As it got closer and closer to the transit planet, it could be seen that the starlight on the transit planet was gradually becoming brighter and brighter. The transit planet was a primary planet with life. It was the closest to the starry sky transmission door. The main purpose of its existence was to provide a place for the sword of Gojoseon from the ancient god world to settle down. For the sword of Gojoseon, who entered the ancient god world for the first time, because the power of the rules could not be used temporarily, they had to stay in the transit hall on the transit planet and wait for the power of the rules to be perfected before they could leave. There were also those who left directly. For example, those who already had forces in the ancient god world or those who wanted to recruit would take their own people away. Naturally, there were ways for them to adapt to the ancient god world as soon as possible and perfect the power of the rules. However, most of the sword of Gojoseon, who entered the ancient god world for the first time, still had to stay in the transit hall for a period of time and wait for the power of the rules to be perfected before they could leave. The ancient god world was vast and boundless, and the distance between the planets was also very far. Even with the great sword battleship's speed of 5,000 times the speed of sound, it still took them 10 days to reach the transit planet. The great sword battleship slowed down as it entered the atmosphere of the transit planet and slowly descended. Even though its speed was reduced, it was still quite fast. The friction between the great sword battleship and the atmosphere of the transit planet caused the great sword battleship to sway slightly. Countless sparks flew on the surface of the great sword battleship like bright fireworks. It was a spectacular sight. The great sword battleship landed outside the transit hall on the transit planet. The swordsmen guarding the transit hall looked up and withdrew their gazes. They had been guarding the transit hall for many years and had seen such a scene many times. It was not surprising. A few sword of Gojosian who were about to enter the transit hall stopped and looked at the great sword battleship that landed. A strange smile appeared on their faces. Another newcomer has arrived. Chapter 1067. It was not known who said that where there were people, there would be a society. Where there was Jianghu, there would be conflicts. Humans were a very special race. When faced with external enemies, they would unite and abandon all conflicts and hatred. Once there was no direct external enemy, it would cause all kinds of internal conflicts, leading to all kinds of scheming against each other. The small transfer hall was like a pugilistic world. This time there were close to 2,000 sword of Gojosian who had entered the ancient god world from the West Tiger Sword Shrine. More than half of them were not entering for the first time. Hence, they did not enter the transit hall. Their power of rules had been perfected when they entered for the first time. Some of these sword of Gojosian temporarily stayed on the transit planet, while others immediately left on other battleships and headed to other planets with life. The other 1,000 sword of Gojosian were entering the ancient god world for the first time. Their power of rules was not perfected. They could only enter the transit hall and wait for their power of rules to be perfected before leaving. The transit hall was like a small city. It could easily accommodate thousands of sword of Gojosian. Other than Chu Mu and the group of sword of Gojosian, there were other sword of Gojosian in the transit hall. They had entered the ancient god world last year and the year before. Their power of rules was not perfected yet. The speed at which one's power of rules was perfected was directly related to one's overall talent. Some people could perfect it in a year or even half a year, while others needed 2 to 3 years to perfect it. Take note, fighting is not prohibited in the transit hall. However, you're not allowed to kill. The sword guard who led Chu Mu and the group of sword of Gojosian into the transit hall said coldly. He would say such words at least once a year. His tone was dry and emotionless. He was numb to it. Chu Mu listened carefully. The meaning of not forbidding fighting was very clear. One could fight here, and even fight, as long as it didn't harm one's life. He had long heard that the ancient god world was more realistic than the immemorial world, and emphasized the law of the jungle more. It seemed that he would soon experience it. Most of the sword of Gojosian who lived in the transfer hall were low-level sword of Gojosian, while few were mid-level sword of Gojosian. The highest cultivation level was at the 5th heaven of creation realm. After all, 6-star sword of Gojosian and high-level sword of Gojosian had already ventured into the ancient god world. You can choose an empty room. The sword guard who led the way said dryly and turned to leave. He didn't even look at this group of people. It didn't matter if this group of people was talented or mediocre. It had nothing to do with him. He was just one of the sword guards in this transfer hall. Once the sword guard left, the sword of Gojosian set off to find an empty room to stay in. They would stay here for at least a few months, or even 2 to 3 years. Chu Mu chose an empty room at random. There was only a bed and a futon in the room. It was very simple and crude. Chu Mu didn't care about such an environment at all. Very rich heaven and earth yuan qi. Chu Mu sat cross-legged on the futon and tried to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi. He was secretly surprised. The heaven and earth yuan qi here was 10 times richer and purer than the immemorial worlds, West Tiger territory. This was probably not the limit. There might be places with even richer heaven and Earth Yuan Qi in other places. No wonder Qin Tianyi had suggested that Chumu enter the ancient god world on the immemorial battlefield. Cultivating in such a place was many times better than cultivating in the immemorial world. No wonder Fu Chaoqin could reach the second heaven of creation realm at such a young age. I believe that my cultivation can increase even faster in the ancient god world. Chu Mu thought to himself. But in such an environment, increasing my cultivation isn't the most important task. The most important thing is to master the power of laws and sword skills. Otherwise, if I increase my cultivation but fall behind in other aspects, it will lead to an imbalance in strength. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chumu opened the door and saw an unfamiliar sort of Gojosian standing outside. He smiled and nodded at Chumu. "Hello, brother. I'm Ma Longqiang. I've been here for a year. Brother, you're new and happen to live next door to me, so I came to get to know you." "Hello, brother Ma. I'm Chumu." Chumu also smiled and said, as it was his first time here, Chumu also wanted to know more about the transfer hall. Ma Longqiang had been here for a year, so he definitely knew a lot about the transfer hall. Ma Longqiang was a good talker. Chumu only asked a little, and he told Chumu everything he knew about the transfer hall and even the ancient god world. "So, Brother Chu, if Feng Wanli's people come looking for you, don't resist. Just pay a sum of crystals and you'll be fine," Ma Longqiang finally said. There wasn't much information about the transfer hall. It was a place for the sword of Gojosian to stay for the first time in the ancient god world. It was set up with a magical array that could speed up the improvement of the sword of Gojosian's own power of laws and integrate into the ancient god world faster. Every year, there would be at least a few hundred sword of Gojosian in each batch. Every year, a batch would leave and a batch would stay. At this point, there were still more than 1,000 sword of Gojosian in the transfer hall. Among them, the sword of Gojosian with the strongest cultivation was called Feng Wanli. He was a peak 5-star sword of Gojosian. He had been here for 2 years and was very domineering. He had a solid foundation, and with his tyrannical strength he had gathered 2 other 5-star sword of Gojosian and 8 4-star sword of Gojosian. He began to ask the other sword of Gojosian to pay tribute. If they didn't, they would be harassed and bullied. The sword guards of the transfer hall didn't care about this unless there was a death. Now, among Feng Wanli's group, 1 5-star sword of Gojosian and 3 4-star sword of Gojosian had perfected their power of laws and had left the transfer hall. However, Feng Wanli and the others were still very strong. They bullied the low-level sword of Gojosian. Ma Longqiang was a Samsung sword of Gojosian and was also one of the bullied. He was often angry but didn't dare to say anything. Therefore, Feng Wanli was called the transfer hall bully. Other than that, some forces would also extend an olive branch to the powerful sword of Gojosian or those who perfected their power of laws faster than others. Ma Longqiang's explanation allowed Chumu to have a deeper understanding of the transfer hall. Other than explaining the transfer palace, Ma Longqiang also asked Chumu about the immemorial world. Chumu gave a simple explanation of what he knew. Going back and forth, he spent a lot of time. "All newcomers, listen up. Now, gather at the center of the transfer hall. If you're not there in 15 minutes, you'll have to bear the consequences." A rampant and domineering voice sounded and spread throughout the transfer hall. "It's starting again." The swordsmen guarding the transfer hall also heard the commotion and smiled. Some of the swordsmen even moved towards the center of the transfer hall. To them, this was quite a good entertainment. "Let's go, Brother Chu. I'll take you there." Ma Longqiang smiled bitterly and said to Chumu. Chumu had never been interested in paying attention to such matters. If he had the time, he might as well spend it on cultivation. However, thinking about it again, if he didn't go, those people would definitely come knocking on his door. When that time came, it would be troublesome, so he might as well settle the matter once and for all. With this thought in mind, Chumu followed Ma Longqiang to the center of the transfer hall. The center was an open space. It was very big and could accommodate many people at the same time. When Chu Mu and Ma Longqiang arrived, there were already hundreds of people gathered here. Most of them were sort of Gojosian who had come to the transfer hall last year. Their purpose was to watch the show because they had already been extorted. Now that they saw others being extorted, they felt a little better. A small portion of them were sort of Gojosian who had just arrived. Some of them had been told that it was acceptable to hand over some of their belongings in exchange for peace. Some of them had come with the same purpose as Chu Mu. Of course, whether they had the strength to do so was unknown. People came one after another. Chu Mu also saw that at the edge of the transfer hall, a group of sword guards wearing full sets of armor was looking at them with ridicule and pointing. Brother Chu, look. That person is Feng Wanli. Ma Longqiang said in a low voice, his eyes flickering. Chu Mu looked over and saw 7 people standing in the center. The one in the lead was dressed in a wide black robe. He had a tall and strong figure, and his biggest feature was his single eye. Under his blind eye, there was a centipede-like scar. He looked very fiendish and was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The one-eyed Feng Wanli's intact eye flickered with a cold light. He was incomparably ferocious. When his gaze swept past everyone's faces, it was as if a knife was slashing past, causing everyone's expression to change. Those new sort of Gojosian who felt that their strength was not weak and wanted to use forceful means to solve the problem started to think of retreating. Such a ferocious person, they could not afford to provoke him. Feng Wanli's aura was obscure, and no one could tell what his cultivation was. More and more people gathered at the center. Very quickly, 15 minutes had passed. Those who are not new, stand aside. A 4-star sort of Gojosian next to Feng Wanli shouted. Immediately, a group of people retreated to the side, and Ma Longqiang was no exception. While retreating, Ma Longqiang once again reminded Chu Mu to hand over a batch of property to avoid trouble. Otherwise, a mere early-stage, 3rd heaven of Fortune Realm cultivation was really nothing here. I heard that there are more than 850 newcomers this time, but there are less than 500 of them here. It seems that my deterrence is still far from enough. Feng Wanli single, I swept across the 500 new sort of Gojosian and suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse, as if there was a piece of metal rubbing against his throat. When it fell into the ears of the crowd, it was very uncomfortable, causing them to frown. After saying that, Feng Wanli actually laughed like a night owl. Big brother, leave this matter to me. I'll let them understand the consequences of not coming. The 5-star sort of Gojosian next to Feng Wanli said loudly. His ferocious eyes swept across the 500 new sort of Gojosian, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Okay. Feng Wanli nodded. The 5-star sort of Gojosian left with the 2 4-star sort of Gojosian. When they left, they deliberately glanced at the new sort of Gojosian a few times to let them know what was good for them. Although my appearance is a little fierce, I'm this person. I'm not fierce at all. Feng Wanli suddenly laughed. As he laughed, the scar on his face trembled. As if the centipede had come alive, it looked even more ferocious. Chapter 1068. The sword of Gojosian, who had been bullied before, snorted when they heard Feng Wanli's words. Not fierce. In their hearts, Feng Wanli was the epitome of evil. Even so, none of them dared to refute. On the contrary, the sword guards in the transfer hall laughed when they heard this. They were not afraid of Feng Wanli. On the contrary, Feng Wanli had to hand over a portion of his wealth to them. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, it was not surprising. As long as no one died, they were happy to see it. I am not fierce, and my requirements are not high either. As long as you people in the transfer hall hand over 100,000 top-grade origin crystals, it will be enough. If you don't have enough origin crystals, you can use other treasures to replace it. Feng Wanli felt that he had this group of sort of Gojosian under his control, so he spoke to himself. 100,000 top-grade origin crystals was equivalent to 10 million high-grade origin crystals. Many of the Sword of Gojosian had a bitter expression on their faces. The Sword of Gojosian, who dared to come to the ancient god world more or less had some savings. It was not that they could not take out 100,000 top-grade origin crystals. The problem was that for many of the Sword of Gojosian, taking out 100,000 top-grade origin crystals would be a huge blow to their bones. What if we don't take it out? After a while, someone asked. It was a 4-star Sword of Gojosian, who immediately became the focus of attention. That is a good question. Feng Wanli's voice suddenly sounded like thunder. A terrifying light shot out from a single eye and landed on the face of the 4-star Sword of Gojosian. It was as if he wanted to eat him up. As long as you prove that you have the strength. How do I prove it? The 4-star Sword of Gojosian's heart skipped a beat. He was a little scared, but since he had already spoken, he could not help but hold on. How do I prove it? Ha ha! Feng Wanli's laughter was very savage. Tell him how to prove it. As soon as he finished speaking, a 4-star Sword of Gojosian behind him walked out with a sinister smile. He said with a mocking expression, very simple, "Defeat me and then fight with boss." The face of the 4-star Sword of Gojosian darkened. He had the confidence to defeat the other party. After all, his opponent was a 4-star Sword of Gojosian. Furthermore, they were unable to utilize their rule force and couldn't display their full strength. However, that Feng Wanli was rumored to be a 5-star pinnacle Sword of Gojosian. Furthermore, he had a ferocious look on his face. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem like a good person. Suddenly, with a boom, a majestic chi exploded out from Feng Wanli's body. That gloomy chi was like a flood that had broken through a dam. That terrifying chi attacked everyone's bodies, causing them to tremble. A cold chi exploded out from within their bodies. In his daze, he seemed to hear the wails of vengeful spirits. This Feng Wanli was definitely a character whose hands were stained with blood. Maybe his talent wasn't outstanding, but he was a vicious and troublesome person. Facing the impact of Feng Wanli's chi, the faces of the Sword of Gojosian changed drastically. A deep sense of powerlessness rose from within their hearts. Chu Mu was also very surprised. That was because the chi that Feng Wanli released wasn't at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of creation, but at the early stage of the 6th heavenly layer of creation. In other words, Feng Wanli's cultivation had broken through during this period of time. If any of you overestimate yourselves and want to give it a try, I welcome you. Feng Wanli became even more rampant. His chi exploded, and it was extremely shocking. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, it was shrouded in a black-red chi. Facing such a powerful Feng Wanli, no one dared to make a sound. After 10 breaths, Feng Wanli withdrew his chi. A sinister smile appeared on his ferocious face. He didn't speak. He felt that these new Sword of Gojosian should be very clear about what to do next. I'm indeed overestimating myself and want to give it a try. A faint voice seemed to appear out of nowhere, causing the sinister smile on Feng Wanli's face to freeze. His expression was very comical. The few 4-star Sword of Gojosian beside him were also stunned. The sword guards in the transfer hall in the distance were also stunned. The Sword of Gojosian, who had been bullied, also had faces full of disbelief. No one expected that after Feng Wanli displayed his powerful cultivation, there would still be someone who dared to oppose him. When everyone saw the person who spoke, Ma Longqiang's face turned pale. Because he had interacted with Chu Mu before, he might be implicated. After staying here for more than a year, he had witnessed Feng Wanli's ferocity with his own eyes. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. I was wondering who it was. So it's just a rookie at the early stage of the 3rd heavenly layer. You are very courageous. A 4-star Sword of Gojosian beside Feng Wanli sneered. He took large strides towards Chu Mu. Without drawing his sword, he directly punched. This punch brought about a strong sonic boom. It was powerful and heavy and could easily shatter a 10,000 gene boulder. If hit, the protective sword of Gojosian would be broken. An ordinary sword of Gojosian's body wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would definitely be injured. However, Chumu sneered. From the air pressure brought about by the opponent's punch, he judged that the opponent's physique was only at the standard of an ordinary 4-star sword of Gojosian. There was no need to worry about him. Without taking any stance, he raised his arm and punched out. Without any sound, Chumu's punch didn't seem to contain any power. Just when everyone thought that Chumu was going to suffer, the two fists collided. With a bang, a ripple that was hard to see with the naked eye spread out from the point of collision. The complexion of the 4-star sword of Gojosian suddenly changed. His arm trembled, and the sound of bones shattering could be heard. Accompanied by a shrill scream, his entire body was sent flying as if he had been hit by a giant star beast. Everyone's complexion changed. Other than Chumu, no one would have thought that the 4-star sword of Gojosian would be sent flying by the opponent's punch. Although he didn't use the power of sword origin, under normal circumstances, a 4-star sword of Gojosian's physique was definitely stronger than a Samsung sword of Gojosian. The situation should be reversed. It turns out that he is a sword of Gojosian who practices the body refining technique. Many people reacted. It wasn't strange for a swordsman to practice the body refining technique. As soon as they reacted, the other 4-star sword of Gojosian beside Fong, Wanli, took a step forward. With a sharp clang, a cold light flashed in his hand as he slashed out. With a cold aura, he used all of his strength to launch a sword attack. He integrated his sword intent, sword origin, and physical strength. Obviously, he wanted to defeat Chumu with one sword attack. With a flash of light in the corner of his eyes, Chumu didn't even unsheath his sword. His body swayed, and he dodged the opponent's sword attack by a hair's breadth. He closed in, clenched his fist, and punched out again. Back on Earth, in order to practice swordsmanship, Chumu had spent a period of time practicing fist techniques. Because the sword was a machine, an extension of the body's arm. If he couldn't train his body to the point where he could control it freely, he would be putting the cart before the horse. It would only be a waste of time. On the contrary, if he could control the power of his body freely, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort if he trained with a machine. In this regard, the swordsmen on Earth were different from the swordsmen in this world. This was because this world was the world of swordsmen. Everyone more or less had the talent to practice the sword. From the beginning of the path of cultivation, they would practice swordsmanship until they could control the body. Comparing the two, the latter would undoubtedly take more time. Although Chumu never practiced fist techniques again, he had already practiced it and reached a certain level. It was as if it was imprinted in his bones. He punched out, and the trajectory was difficult to follow. The earthquake force was activated, and the terrifying fist instantly shattered the opponent's protective sword aura. Even the robe on his body exploded at the moment of contact. The inner armor on his body blocked Chumu's fist. The terrifying earthquake force heavily bombarded the inner armor. Most of it was blocked by the inner armor, but a part of it still went through the inner armor and bombarded the opponent's chest. With a cracking sound, the opponent's sternum broke. Like the first 4-star sword of Gojosian, he was sent flying backward by Chumu's punch. He landed on the ground tens of meters away, at the same place as the first 4-star sword of Gojosian. He was struggling. This scene stunned everyone once again. Their hearts trembled as if they had been punched. It's actually the body-refining sword of Gojosian. Exclamations rang out. The so-called body-refining sword of Gojosian referred to the sword of Gojosian, who specialized in body-refining techniques. Many swordsmen practiced body-refining techniques in order to make their bodies stronger. However, there were some swordsmen in the ancient god world who focused on both the sword energy and the body. Their strength was often stronger than the swordsmen of the same level. These people were body-refining swordsmen. When they were in the creation realm, they were at the level of body-refining sword of Gojosian. So what if you're the body-refining sword of Gojosian? In front of the absolute difference in cultivation, everything is in vain. Feng Wanli sneered. His strong and tall body exuded an icy cold aura. Like an iceberg, he blasted towards Chumu. Immediately after, he took a step forward. A pitch-black, giant sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He held the sword with both hands and raised it high. It was as if he was going to split the mountain with one slash. A chilly wind whistled, and a black-red aura rippled. The ghostly sword drew a dark red arc in the void. It was unstoppable. The 6-star sword of Gojosian's sword intent and sword energy demonstrated the power of this sword. It was very powerful. However, no matter how powerful it was, because there was no power of rules, it could not form a sword technique, let alone a sword secret. This sword might not be weak in the eyes of others, but in Chumu's eyes it was ordinary, not showing any weakness. Chumu unsheathed his sword and slashed out. In terms of the power of sword energy, Chumu was inferior to Feng Wanli. However, in terms of the strength of his body, he was far superior to Feng Wanli. In terms of the power of his sword intent, his undying sword intent was also above Feng Wanli's sword intent. With the combination of these three, the result of the collision between the two swords was very obvious. An incomparably ear-piercing sound rang out. A terrifying power exploded. Feng Wanli's face changed drastically. His strong body trembled violently, and he could not help but retreat. The hands that were holding the sword were trembling, and the sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Not showing any mercy, Chumu floated forward and slashed out again. This time, the sword in Feng Wanli's hand was directly knocked out of his hand. Feng Wanli was sent flying. The tyrannical power shook his internal organs, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This sword also shook the hearts of countless people. Even the experienced and knowledgeable sword guards of the Transfer Palace had faces full of shock and disbelief. Chapter 1069. Everyone rubbed their eyes hard and widened their eyes. Indeed, the fiendish Feng Wanli was lying on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. There was also a pool of blood on the ground beside him. The blood was enchanting, as if it was swaying in the wind. Feng Wanli's face, which was already dark, was as black as the bottom of a pot. He propped himself up with both hands and grabbed the giant black sword that had fallen to the side. He glared at Chumu, and a majestic aura of the early stage of the 6th heavenly layer of Fortune Realm surged out like a flash flood, rushing towards Chumu. Chumu's figure was like a mountain. He stood still and was not affected in the slightest. The 4-star sword of Gojosian, who was still standing beside Feng Wanli, also pulled out his sword and stared at Chumu vigilantly. The atmosphere was bleak and the air froze. It was so tense that it was suffocating. Chumu held the sword in his right hand and pointed it at Feng Wanli without fear. In a situation where he could not exert the power of the rules, he could not use sword skills, let alone sword secrets. He could only rely on his sword skills, sword essence, and physical strength. Feng Wanli's figure was naturally tall and strong. In fact, he did not deliberately cultivate body refining techniques. Therefore, his physique was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 6-star sword of Gojosian, but not much stronger. On the other hand, Chumu cultivated the heavenly desolate sword body, consumed the 9 reincarnation body refining fruit, and absorbed the dragon power from the Longyuan pond. His physique was so strong that even an ordinary 9-star sword of Gojosian could not compare to it. The confrontation between the two sides made the atmosphere extremely tense. After a while, Feng Wanli waved his wrist, and a black sword flower bloomed, and the giant sword returned to its sheath. You have proven your strength. You don't have to pay the supreme grade origin crystals. During the time you stay in the transfer hall, I will not cause any trouble for you. I hope we will mind our own business." Feng wanly grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he spoke to Chu-Mu. "All right." Chu-Mu nodded. The meaning behind Feng Wanli's words was very clear. Chu-Mu didn't need to pay the top-grade origin crystals, and he wouldn't find trouble with Chu-Mu anymore. On the other hand, Chu-Mu couldn't interfere in his affairs either. If not, they would definitely fight to the death, which wouldn't be beneficial to anyone. Chu-Mu was not a kind person. Among the people present, only Ma Longqiang was familiar with him. The others were all strangers. And him. Chu-Mu pointed at Ma Longqiang and said. Feng Wanli instantly understood Chu-Mu's meaning. One more Ma Longqiang wouldn't make a difference, and one less Ma Longqiang wouldn't make a difference. Feng Wanli nodded in agreement, and Ma Longqiang's face was full of gratitude. The others looked at Chu-Mu anxiously, hoping that Chu-Mu would stand up for them. There were even people who said that they were willing to pay 100,000 supreme-grade origin crystals to Chu-Mu. To this, Chu-Mu directly rejected and turned to leave. Ma Longqiang also hurriedly turned and left. In this world, the strong are respected. Here, his strength is stronger than mine, so I won't find trouble with him. But you guys, Feng Wanli retracted his gaze from Chu-Mu's back and glanced at the other sort of Gojosian present as he coldly said, none of these people were a match for Feng Wanli. Naturally, they had to obediently hand over 100,000 supreme-grade origin crystals. Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to be a physique-refining sort of Gojosian. You're so powerful that even Feng Wanli isn't a match for you. Along the way, Ma Longqiang's mouth was like a machine gun. Chu-Mu also understood what a physique-refining sort of Gojosian was. In the immemorial world, there wasn't such a saying. On the contrary, the division of ancient God world was more detailed and clear. By the way, Brother Chu, thank you so much. I can cultivate in peace in the future. Ma Longqiang finally said, It's nothing. Chu-Mu said faintly. He knew that he was able to defeat Feng Wanli because he couldn't unleash the power of the rules. Is that all you know about ancient God world? There's a library in the transfer hall. There's a rich collection of books. There are many introductions about ancient God world. If Brother Chu is interested, why don't you take a look at the library? Ma Longqiang suggested. He didn't like to read, so he didn't know much. Library. Chu-Mu smiled. He was quite interested in reading books. It could increase his knowledge and knowledge. It could also help him understand ancient God world. It was killing two birds with one stone. Why not? Ma Longqiang quickly brought Chu-Mu to the library. He wasn't interested in reading, so he left first. Chu-Mu stayed in the library and looked through the books carefully, looking for the book he wanted to read. Overview of Ancient God Worlds, 100 Clans. Overview of Ancient God Worlds, Human Races, Starfield. He picked it up and started reading. Soon he finished reading the two thick books. The first book was an introduction to Ancient God Worlds, 100 Clans. Other than the human race, there were other races that Chu-Mu had come into contact with, such as Underworld God Clan, Earth Demon Clan, Heavenly Demon Clan, and so on. There were also some races that Chu-Mu hadn't come into contact with. Although it was called 100 Clans, it was just a general name. For example, there were branches of Heavenly Demon Clan, and so on. The 100 Clans in the immemorial world weren't complete. The second book was an introduction to ancient God world star regions. It mainly focused on the star regions where the human race lived. The human tribe had 4 star areas in total, namely the Divine Sword Star area, the Holy Sword Star area, the Demon Sword Star area, and the Heaven Sword Star area. Each star area had many galaxies. The so-called galaxies referred to the celestial bodies that revolved around a fixed star. The Space Transfer Gate in Western Tiger Territories, Heavenly Sword Hall, corresponded to the Space Transfer Gate in Demon Sword Star regions, Night Darkness Galaxy. In other words, Chu-Mu was in Night Darkness Galaxy. Reading one book after another, Chumu learned about life planets, death planets, giant beasts of the starry sky, pirates of the starry sky, and other things that he had never heard of. Finally, Chumu picked up another book. The name of this book was very simple. It was called Introduction to Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. Chumu muttered to himself. He was a little surprised. He knew about swordsmanship, sword skills, sword secrets, but this was the first time he came into contact with swordsmanship. Vaguely, Chumu realized that he was about to come into contact with a new level. Perhaps this was the beginning of his true integration into the ancient god world. Opening Introduction to Swordsmanship. Chumu read it carefully. Reading this book was different from reading other books before. The knowledge recorded in the previous books did not need to be carefully comprehended. One could understand it after reading and memorizing it. However, the principles of Introduction to Swordsmanship could not be understood at a glance. The contents of the book opened up a new world for Chumu. He was intoxicated and immersed in it, unable to control himself. Originally, it was a thin book that could be finished in about 7 or 8 minutes. However, Chumu took 2 hours to finish reading it. This was because he read it very slowly and pondered over it repeatedly. After reading it, Chumu closed the book and closed his eyes. The contents of the book flowed through his mind as he came back to his senses. Introduction to Swordsmanship mentioned swordsmanship, sword skills, and sword secrets. However, according to the book's records, swordsmanship was the foundation that every swordsman had to come into contact with when they first started cultivating. It was the foundation. Sword skills and sword secrets were actually incomplete compared to swordsmanship. Swordsmanship is the art of using the sword. It is the foundation. Sword skills are the skills of using the sword and various forces. It is the combination of various forces in one's body. In essence, it is still at the elementary level. Sword secrets are the upgrading of sword skills. It is the strengthening and upgrading of sword skills. It is considered the intermediate level. Swordsmanship is the work of Deshang, who gathered swordsmanship, sword skills, and sword secrets. Swordsmanship is swordsmanship, sword skills, and sword secrets. Law is the law of law. Swordsmanship and sword skills are to use the sword to inherit the law and use the law to condense the sword. The law is strict and the way of the sword is vast. As he comprehended, Chumu gradually understood that swordsmanship was the work of Deshang, who gathered swordsmanship, sword skills, and sword secrets. Strictly speaking, there was a spirit, a support, and a burden. This burden could be nothingness or it could exist. For this point, Chumu could not understand at the moment. Spirit bearing? Holding the book, he fell into deep thought. Books could not be taken out of the library. After Chumu finished reading Introduction to Swordsmanship, he left the library and returned to his house. Perfecting the power of rules and adapting to the laws of the ancient god world was a passive process. The swordsman could not interfere. It could only change little by little with the passage of time. Swordsmanship was obviously a new world. It was a new world that Chumu had just come into contact with, but had not even scratched the surface of understanding. Staying in his own house for 24 hours a day, his rule power was actively perfecting itself. Chumu carefully sensed that the speed of his rule power's perfection was very obvious. Perhaps it would be completed in less than half a year. When that time came, he would be able to leave the transit planet and head to other life planets to begin his ancient god realm cultivation. During this period of time, he would try his best to enhance his strength. However, before enhancing his strength, there was a more important thing to do, which was to embark on the right path. When he was in the Archean world, he wholeheartedly wanted to enhance his swordsmanship. After seeing the sword secrets, he hoped to come into contact with and understand the mysteries of the sword secrets so that he could continue to perfect his way of the sword. Now, after learning about swordsmanship, he understood that whether it was sword skills or sword secrets, they were incomplete and incomplete. They were just a corner of swordsmanship. Just like how swordsmanship was a wide and complete path, while sword skills and sword secrets were small paths that extended from the side of the path. They were ultimately small and limited. Embarking on the path of swordsmanship was the most correct path. Thinking about it, the swordsman of the ancient god world would come into contact with swordsmanship the moment he stepped on the path of swordsmanship. In addition, the cultivation techniques of the ancient god world would definitely surpass the cultivation techniques of the Archean world. Furthermore, the yuan qi in the ancient god world was much denser than in the Archean world. Under all these conditions, the cultivation speed of the swordsmen of the ancient god world would be faster, and their strength would generally be stronger than the swordsmen of the Archean world. The power of rules would automatically be perfected. Chu Mu allocated his time well. A portion of it was used to cultivate the divine wilderness sword origin, and a portion of it was used to cultivate the heavenly wilderness sword body. He did not neglect the cultivation of swordsmanship, and also the cultivation of the flying heaven sword defensive technique. Other than that, he spent most of his time on comprehending swordsmanship. As time passed, he gradually grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Chapter 1070. Ever since Chu Mu defeated Feng Wanli and the rest, no one came to find trouble with Chu Mu in the transit hall. Chu Mu had enough time to properly cultivate and comprehend. He had already consumed all the yuan liquid and refined it. Ever since his cultivation had broken through to the third firmament of creation realm, Chu Mu's refining speed had increased by several times. However, after refining the yuan liquid, Chu Mu's cultivation was still at the early third firmament of creation realm. However, the divine wilderness sword essence had become much thicker. In the blink of an eye, for months had passed. Chu Mu's 5 types of power of laws had all been perfected. At the moment of perfection, Chu Mu felt a slight fluctuation in the space around him. His compatibility with the space around him had increased exponentially, and there was no longer any sense of rejection. With a thought, he could use the power of laws and release its power. Compared to when he was in the immemorial world, his power had increased by at least 30%. The increase in power was not that great. The main thing was that the perfection of the laws would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. Since the power of laws had been perfected, there was no need for Chu Mu to continue staying in the transit hall. His request to leave surprised the sword guards in the transit hall. In their impression, the shortest time that the new sword of Gojoseon, who had entered the ancient god world from the immemorial world, had used to perfect the power of laws was 5 months. Furthermore, there had not been more than 3 people. They had thought that 5 months would be the shortest time. They did not expect that there would be someone who had perfected the power of laws in 4 months. They hurriedly reported this matter. Chu Mu also left the transit hall. He boarded a battleship and left the transit planet. He headed towards the nearest life planet, which was a medium life planet. The battleship that Chu Mu was on was a meteor-class battleship of the highest grade. Its flying speed was 1,000 times the speed of sound. It was different from the battleship that had carried Chu Mu and the rest to the transit planet. It was a satellite-class battleship, which was a grade higher than the meteor-class battleship. Staying in the room of this battleship, one could also see the deep starry sky outside. According to the speed of the meteor-grade battleship, it would take 3 months to reach the middle-grade life planet from planet transit. Chu Mu was not in a hurry and continued to cultivate in the room of the battleship. In his mind, he replayed Fu Chaochen's battle, especially the battle when he used the Meteor 7 deadly swords. The Meteor 7 ultimate swords, as the name suggested, combined with Fu Chaochen's performance that day. There should be 7 moves. From the first to the 7th move, the first move should be infused with 1 type of rule force, the second move should be infused with 2 types of rule force, and the 7th move should be infused with 7 types of rule force. It was a sword technique, the 7 deadly meteor sword technique. No matter how many moves Fu Chaochen used, all of them had the same characteristic, and that was explosive power. His sword was extremely resplendent, like a meteor streaking across the sky. In the starry sky outside the battleship, A streak of starlight dragged a long straight tail as it streaked across the darkness. However, that resplendent light lingered in Chu Mu's eyes. The 7 deadly meteor sword technique's spiritual power is the mystery of the meteor. Chu Mu's eyes suddenly lit up, and all the doubts in his mind suddenly became clear. However, there were even more mysteries. It was like a circle. The smaller the circle, the smaller the boundary it was in contact with. When the circle expanded, the boundary it was in contact with would be larger. What Chu Mu wanted the most now was to obtain a sword technique. Regardless of the grade of the sword technique, he wanted to cultivate it properly and deepen his understanding of sword techniques. In a flash, 1.5 months passed. The meteor-grade battleship left planet transit and traveled in the vast starry sky. On the side, a huge black battleship appeared and flew towards the meteor-grade battleship at an extremely fast speed. Immediately after, a resplendent light shot out like a meteor and hit the meteor-grade battleship. With a boom, the meteor-grade battleship's protective shield was instantly shattered. The entire battleship shook violently, and the interior of the battleship also shook violently. Damn it, it's space pirates. Send a signal for help. Full speed ahead. The battleship's captain's face changed, and he immediately gave the order. Based on the strength of the cannon just now and the fact that it had shattered the battleship's protective shield, he deduced that the grade of the battleship should have reached the satellite grade. The meteor-grade battleship had no resistance against a satellite-grade battleship. In an instant, the meteor-grade battleship trembled violently, and an extremely powerful shockwave gushed out from its tail and bombarded the void, creating an extremely powerful driving force. Under the explosive force, the battleship's speed exceeded 1,000 times the speed of sound, and it flew forward. Under normal circumstances, a meteor-grade battleship's speed could reach a maximum of 1,000 times. However, if the battleship flew at full speed, it could increase by 30% to 40%, reaching 1,000 times the speed of sound. The consequence of this was that the battleship would lose its balance and constantly shake, affecting the battleship's lifespan. However, this was not the time to care so much. The best thing to do was to escape from the space pirates' battleship. Otherwise, if the space pirates caught up with them, they would not have a good ending. Interstellar pirates were the most notorious group of people in the starry sky. However, no matter how fast the meteor-grade battleship flew, it could not outrun the satellite-grade battleship. The absolute difference was very obvious. The satellite-grade battleship of the space pirates quickly caught up. A thick beam of light flew past the meteor-grade battleship, containing an extremely terrifying power. It was not a miss, but a warning. It was a warning to the meteor-grade battleship to stop. Otherwise, the next cannon would hit the meteor-grade battleship. Once the battleship was hit, it would be destroyed. At that time, the Sword of Gojosian would not have the ability to survive in the universe. Except for some special circumstances, the Creation Realm and Nirvana Realm cultivators could not survive in the universe. Only those who had reached the Immemorial Realm could survive. There were no Immemorial Realm experts on the meteor-grade battleship. After weighing the pros and cons, the captain despondently gave the order to stop flying. Soon, the meteor-grade battleship stopped in the universe. Not long after, the ferocious-looking black satellite-grade battleship approached and stopped beside the meteor-grade battleship, which was about 500 meters long. They were like a big fish and a small fish. The bridge was connected. Figures flashed through the satellite-grade battleship's bridge and quickly entered the meteor-grade battleship. A powerful aura spread out. It was ferocious and filled with a bloody aura which made people pale. All the passengers on the meteor-grade battleship were gathered in the main cabin of the battleship. There were more than 400 people in total. Most of them had the strength of a king, but the strongest was only the strength of a 4-star sword of Gojosian. Space pirates had not appeared on this route for many years. No one had expected that they would be so unlucky to encounter a group of space pirates this time. Congratulations! From now on, you are the captives of the evil dragon pirate gang. Do not try to resist, or you will become the trash of this universe." The ferocious laughter filled their faces. The bloody aura from their bodies intimidated everyone. The full set of armor on their bodies gave off a frightening aura. Chu Mu stood in the crowd, unremarkable. He sized up this group of self-proclaimed Sword of Gojosian and was secretly shocked. The ferocious-looking Sword of Gojosian in the lead was a 9-star Sword of Gojosian. He gave off an unbridled aura. In addition, there were 2 8-star Sword of Gojosian, 5 7-star Sword of Gojosian, 26-star Sword of Gojosian, and 55-star Sword of Gojosian. Although their numbers were not comparable to the meteor-grade battleship, their strength was far superior. This was also the reason why the people on the meteor-grade battleship did not dare to resist. Otherwise, if they were stronger, they would have already killed the other party. "Now, hand over all your belongings." The 9-star Sword of Gojosian of the evil dragon pirate gang sneered again. Some people were beheaded on the spot because they refused to hand over their belongings. They were directly split in half by the sword. It was a very bloody scene. Chu Mu also handed over his spatial ring. Although he was extremely reluctant, he had no choice. If he did not hand it over, he would be killed. Only when one was alive would there be hope. If one died, no matter how much wealth one had, it would be useless. Although his cultivation was at the early stage of the 3rd heavenly layer of Fortune Realm, he had a strong physique, mastered the Earth Tremor Force, and could even erupt with a top divine grade sword intent and the power of laws. At best, he could only fight against a 6-star Sword of Gojosian. In the face of a high-grade Sword of Gojosian, he had no power to fight back. Taking a step back, even if he could break out of the encirclement, Chu Mu did not think that he could survive without the battleship. Swordsmen were fearless. It was not that they were reckless or overestimating their own strength. When facing a powerful existence that they could not fight against, they knew how to endure and hide their strength. They knew how to wait until they had enough strength before unsheathing it. Therefore, even if he was unwilling, even if he knew that all his wealth was in the spatial ring, Chu Mu could only hand it over. Once the spatial ring was taken away, all his wealth would be gone. He had to admit that he was very unlucky. He was back to square one in an instant. Very good, very sensible. The pirate leader nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Take everyone away. His subordinates faithfully carried out the order and drove everyone into the satellite battleship. Then the satellite battleship started moving again, rapidly distancing itself from the meteor-grade battleship. When it was far enough, it fired its main cannon. A thick and resplendent beam instantly pierced through the starry sky and bombarded the meteor-grade battleship. The meteor-grade battleship exploded in an instant. A terrifying energy shockwave spread out layer by layer. If it was placed in any territory of the immemorial world, the explosion of such a battleship would definitely be earth-shattering. The land within a radius of dozens of li would be completely destroyed. However, in the starry sky, such an explosion was like a fireworks show. It quickly ended and disappeared without a trace. In fact, the value of a meteor-grade battleship was not low. The evil dragon pirate gang did not want to give it up. However, they knew that if they took the meteor-grade battleship away, it would not be long before someone found their lair. Among them, there was no one who could modify battleships. In order to prevent their lair from being overturned and for their own safety, they could only give up the valuable meteor-grade battleship.